I see you calling. I didn't wanna leave you like that. It's 5 in the morning, yeah. 100 on the dash, 'cause my wheels are rolling. Ain't taking my foot off the gas. And it only took me one night to see the end of the line. Staring deep in your eyes. Dancing on the edge, about to take it too far. Messing with my head, how I mess with your heart. If you wake up in your bed, alone in the dark, I'm sorry. Gotta leave before you love me. 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 But when I leave the party behind, don't care if they notice. Yeah, no. I'll just catch a ride. I'd rather be lonely, yeah, than wrapped around your body too tight. Yeah, I'm the type to get naked, won't give my heart a full breaking. 'Cause I'm just gonna be staying. Dancing on the edge, about to take it too far. Messing with my head, how I mess with your heart. If you wake up in your bed, alone in the dark, I'm sorry. Gotta leave before you love me. 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 Dancing on the edge, take it too far. Messing with my head, mess with your heart. Sorry, alone in the dark, I'm sorry. Leave before you love me.
Oh, I like the song. No, go back. No, shut up. That was a good song. It's actually a vibe. Hello, everyone.
I see you calling. I didn't wanna leave you like that. It's 5 in the morning,
Balls.
100 on the dash.
Can we get some new dance emotes in the chat, please?
Rolling.
Like this. I like this one.
Ain't taking my foot off the gas. And it
I want to get a chain of them.
see the end of the line, staring deep in your eyes. Dancing on the edge, about to take it too far. Messing with your head, how I mess with your heart. If you wake up in your bed, alone in the dark, I'm sorry. Gotta leave before you love me. 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 But when I leave the party behind, don't care if they notice. Yeah, no. I'll just catch a ride. I'd rather be lonely, yeah, than wrapped around your body too tight. Yeah, I'm the type to get naked, won't give my heart a full breaking. 'Cause I'm
Okay.
just gonna be staying. Dancing on the edge, about to take it too far. Messing with my head, how I mess with your heart. If you wake up in your bed, alone in the dark, I'm sorry. Gotta leave before you love me. 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 Dancing on the edge, take it too far. Messing with my head.
I'm not gonna lie. This might be like my new. This might be my new creme. This is like a. It's my new... What's the word I'm looking for? I just love it. It's just a vibe song. I could listen to this all day. And I love the Jonas Brothers. I'll be the first guy to say it, chat. I'll always say this to you. I'm saying it right now. You right there. I love the Jonas Brothers. They're great musicians, bro. They're such a good band. I'm so happy that they're back. Although I did like Jonas's band. Joe's band, DNCE. They were great. Spain, welcome, Sin. Dommy, welcome, Sin. Bless you, welcome, Sin. Drew, welcome, Sin. Droid, welcome, Sin. I'm sorry I don't understand how time works. Drago, welcome in. Gaily, welcome in. Unsensical, welcome in. Sin, you're about as bland as your beans on toast, nerd. What do you mean bland, bro? Have you not seen the backdrop was so colorful? My RGB should arrive by tomorrow. Hopefully my RGB arrives by tomorrow. So we can have new RGB. Frick yes. Richie, welcome, Sin and Spin. I'm doing really good, thank you, bro. How's your day going today? I'm doing great. How are you? Richie, how's your day going? How's your Monday? How's your weekend, chat? Did you get up to much? Oh, I really can't wait to get that RGB'd. That's going to look really good. Excuse me, Shaq. I mean, Merry Ramadan. Hey, yo, listen, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. I appreciate that, bro. I appreciate it. Oh, Jesus Christ. Welcome, Sin. Hope you're having a good day today. Chat, if you got a sub thanks to Fake Shaq, give him a little thank you, a little finger heart in the chat. Now I'll vibe to that. Shaq, how's your day going today, bro? What I do need, you know what I'll do? Okay. First of all, you've overtaken Drago as #1 gifter. And second of all, I'm gonna change this, right? I decided we're gonna start adding this stoner goal is gonna expire by the end of today. You have until today and tomorrow to do it. But I'm going to do it so that subs also include. Why not? That's the stream, bro. I saw it. That guy tires us all out. What do you mean? Right. Look, I'm gonna go to. Can I alter it myself? Can I do some? Can I edit? Can I add 50? Can I do? Can I do that? I don't think I can. Can I do that? Can I do a tip? And can I do what? 50? I didn't know I could do that. Sin, smile. You on camera? I shouldn't do that because people are just gonna do that to me. Can I edit? How do you edit yourself? There you go. I've edited it. Now you've done it. I don't know. I don't know how to do this. I haven't done this in a while. I'm so sorry. That's garbage. You can't manually edit. Nah, screw it. It's okay. How you doing? Never mind. I forgot you're British. I need to stretch, to be fair. I haven't stretched all day, chat. And I've been working on the Microsoft. Oh. All about that. Thanks for letting me stretch, though, Richie. But... Shaq, thank you for the 10 gifted subs, bro. I appreciate you. Yes, the way that I'm going to start doing it now, chat, is gifted subs are going to go towards that super goal because this is getting cut off. Well, you can't even see it. It's all tied up today. So, yeah, it's all getting cut off. Well, it's not getting cut off. It's going to get styled. But you guys can choose the color it goes. And the thing is, I'm not actually opposed to thinking about the color pink. Y'all think about that? Half head blue, half head pink. It could be funny. Who knows? It could be shit. Right? But hello, Fly. Welcome, Sin. Hope you're having a good day today. Right? How was your weekend? How was your Friday, Saturday, and your Sunday? How's the family? Are they getting on? I'm being chats. I got a Rivers of Blood. You got a what, Shaq? Not Shaq, sorry. Drago, you got a what? Android, I'm British, but I'm gorgeous, okay? I might have put some weight on since not streaming. I do this a lot as well. I learned this is a trick you can do, and it's like... It kind of like pushes them... I don't know, some bullshit to excuse the fact that I've got a bit of a chin growing. I need to lose the weight. Not to say that it's wrong to have a bit of weight. It's your body, your choice. But my choice is to do this. I have 4 essays coming up. I have a maths exam tomorrow. So that's what I'm looking forward to. Dilly. I've got a McDonald's as well. Half blue, half pink would look like ninja. Fuck. I mean, shit. I mean, damn it. Wait, let's see. Ninja, blue, pink. Did he have half? Oh, no. Okay, I can't do that. Just. Although, to be fair, I think my health is a bit better than him right now. Oh, no, wait. No, he's cancer-free. Never mind. Man said math exam, couldn't pass GCSE math for 4 years. Oh, you couldn't pass. I was like, me? I was like, I'm good at maths. Wait, chat. Richie's got a good point. I can't do that. You can't hit that goal because I can't do that. I'd look like ninja if I looked like this. That's no. I can't do this. My hair'd be way better off anyway. It'd look so much better. The hairstyle would be better. Well, I can't. We can't do that. I'm not allowing it. I mean, to be fair, we're in the clear anyway, Richie. That goal, I mean, I'm just taking it down and down and down. It's meant to be... It was meant to be 500, and now it's dropped down to 450 because of a gift, and I don't know how to add to it. Right? Hey, yo, Star, how you doing today? Hey. Wait. Hey. Welcome to this internet, bro. How you doing today? Well, to be fair, I would argue that GCSE mathematics is stupid, right? Shout at yourself. Sintros CHD, bro. You're so stupid, bro. You're a donut and you're silly. You know what you smell like, Sin? A Barker. Curing Jaeger. A Barker. That's what you smell like. I made an extremely funny song this morning. Want to see it? I'd say yes, but we don't take song requests on stream. I'm content now, thank you. No. Oh, you're content now. Oh, never mind. I hope so. I am a little bit of a donut. But Star, I would say yes, but I don't take song requests on stream. A lot of people try to submit them, and we kind of just... There's no trust within the community, and I don't want to be the one to start it. I hope you understand, but I hope you enjoy your stay, dude. And I'm just going to vibe. These songs are what's getting me going through today. Through the feels charts. I'll go with it. I appreciate the kind tone for it. Some people take it a little bit salty. It's just, you know, it is the way the world works. And I appreciate your kind tone to it. Well, other than that, hope you stay, hope you enjoy yourself, hope you vibe. And if you don't, have an amazing day. No, easy come, easy go, you know. So chat, today's goal, right? 2 days goal. Oh, I need to mute that because I'm gonna end up getting distracted. I need to mute it on my end. I can't hear it. I'll hide it. Oh, so hydrated. Shaq, you should have done this one. You know what? I'll play it instead because I like it. It's ready. This hydration. Ready?
Drink water. Become.
That's the vibey one, bro. I'll do it again. I need a drink to be fair. McDonald's paper straws are so freaking garbage, bro. How's your day going, brother? My day is going really good, thank you. It's been a long day of Minecraft building and bug testing because we have a new server that's about to drop soon. I don't want to leak too much about it. Bro, it's not the king. Hey, Mech, watch what you say, bro. Okay, watch what you say. Okay, watch your mouth. Yeah, but I'll get Shados to rub his forehead on your crotch or something. Yeah, I said it. How's your day going, hey, Mech? Welcome. Yeah, the day's been going good though. We've been working on our Minecraft server. I will show if I show you my a spoiler, just one spoiler, and it's not much. It's my background of my desktop right now. This is my desktop background, very clean as you can all see. This is it. Until the 10th. Hey, listen, it's okay. You've got that's only 2 days, and the main Minecraft server is going to be about a week or two until we drop it. Bang bang, we're gonna smack it out. But it's very vibey. Is that a reference to Kanye's Donda Show? You'd think, but it's not a reference to Kanye's Donda Show. I am indeed ascending though because I've got a crown. This is my crown. You know, no, let's not make it a Donda reference, okay? It will be Java. It'll be Java Star, the server that we're using. It's going. I don't want to. All I can say. Roleplay. That's the main. That's the wrong thing. RP. That's all I'm gonna say. That's the image you see there. RP. It's going to be amazing. And roleplay. Yes. Sebastian, how you doing, Sab? Welcome, Sin, dude. It's nice seeing you. How are you doing? How the frick are you doing, bro? Yeah, Fake Shack. See, listen. Hey, Mech. You see this goal right here? Sipsy doozy on that one with your eyelids. That Fake Shack just donated to the stream. Oh. But yeah, spoilers probably next week. Yeah, I'm not gonna join. I'm not gonna drop anything until. I can't wait. I can't wait. I can't wait. Chat, I can't wait. I really just can't wait. It's gonna be so much fun. Oh, you do not understand. Can I be called Jimmy Jolly Bobby Joe Smith III? Why not? Why not? Drew, am I dropping a time period just so that people can work on it or not? I don't. Oh, you guys, just vibe with the music. Isn't it the section? Which section? Stop it. We finished Lunar Eclipse today. Chat, how's your Lunar Eclipse? I also want to see, listen, go into Discord. There you go. Boom. There's a command. Boom. Look at that. Discord's inside the chat. I want you to go take pictures of your Lunar Eclipse, or at least the ones that you took with your phone. Post it in the Discord server, in the Share Pictures tab, and show me what did your Lunar Eclipse look like. I didn't see no eclipse in Italy, because Italy's not a real place. Hey, Mac. I'm sorry. You look like one of your college tutors? Well, if that's the case, did you do your coursework for me today? I told you that you had a deadline. Nah, just medieval. It's fantasy medieval, so no direct time. Maybe a timekeepers guild will develop, and they note the law of existence of everything. I mean, if you're talking about... I'm like sitting here like scratching on my knuckle because I'm like, oh, it's so good. I mean, I'm just saying, if there's timekeepers, does that mean I can be called Matt Blacksmith? Chat, if you could be any kind of character in any world, what would you be? And why is it a Time Lord? No, I can. Can you write in-game books? Yes, you can write in the books. You can write notes and scrolls and scribes if you wish. All of that jazz. The idea is that not one person does a lot. Okay. Yeah. Religion will probably develop. Okay. Yeah. It's a yeah. I mean, it's a lot. It's a lot. There's so much. I can't, like, I want you to know that this smile that I've had has been constantly. I don't think we'll have Stalin as a character, by the way. Might just have something against. I'm not saying I'm all open to people's voices. I might just say we might not have that name. One thing, okay, so that is one thing I will say is like one of the rules of server is going to be like, if it's a name that's unrealistic or a band kind of name, you'll just get kicked and get said make a new character or else. Okay. Seamus, no. Wait, I just said Seamus. I just said Seamus. You know what the annoying thing, right? This is the most embarrassing thing I've ever done. Everybody corrects my name, right? Everybody calls me Scene. My name is Sean. Everybody calls me Scene when they read my name because it's spelled S-E-A-N. So when somebody says something that's like an Irish spelling, I automatically go, oh, it's C. Which doesn't justify it when people go, hey, your name is not Sean, it's Scene. I'm like, no, it's not. See, it's S-E-A-N. That means Sean. And then I just read out... I just read Seamus as Seamus. I was like, oh, it's Seamus? What's Seamus? I've just cooked myself, bro. I'm such a donut. I mean, yeah, well, that's everybody says the wrong thing. You can't be Adolf Hitler. Exactly. You can't be Adolf Hitler. Yeah, exactly. How about Sian? You would not... listen, you do not understand how many people, when they deliver... People, when they deliver... Like, look, I've got McDonald's. I got it delivered today because I was working up until stream. That's why I was late. He is... Okay, let's not use my legal name inside the chat, please. That's my one request. We don't have my name in chat. It's Sin or it's Sintro if you want to piss me off, or it's Sin. So my delivery driver comes out. He's like, "Oh, is it Sian?" I'm like, "Is it Sian?" No, of course it's not Sian, you dumbo. What do you think it is? Chat, what's his government name? You won't find... in fact, chat doesn't know my government name. Not even some of my friends on Discord know my government name. So, hacha. Not even Shados knows my real name. And I go to school with the kid. Went to school with the kid years ago. Syntropy. That's please don't do that. Jonathan, how'd you know? Look at this good. Sab, I'll look at it soon. Jacob, it's not Jacob. It's not. I'm gonna become a simple farmer. Red, you deserve that after the windmills you made. And I broke. I'm so sorry about that, by the way. I didn't mean to do it. I don't even know Shados' name. I've known him for 10 years. Yeah, we do. It's... Yeah? Father Kashimo? Arigato. You broke one? I did. I didn't mean to. I didn't mean to break it. I just copied and pasted a wall from one side of the world to the other side of the world. And it just didn't want to copy. And when I'd realized it, it kind of did the wrong thing. And when it did the copy and paste, it ended up inside the windmill rotor. And the windmill rotor decided to be a dick. And it disappeared because it was rotating. Chat, we have rotating windmills in Minecraft. I'm sorry. How do you make a skin for Minecraft? Well, you can have your skin and then you can just wear clothes on the server. I don't feel like the skins can be changed. Okay, listen. If there's a question and I go, I don't know if I can answer that. Drew, do me a favor. Just answer the question if you can or not, because I don't know what I can answer or not without it sound like I'm giving too much away. If you know what I mean? Wait, if I wear clothes, it's going to cover my skin with Kanye's face on it. That is terrifying. Hey, Mac. Please don't use Kanye's face in my server. It creeps me out. Not because he's... But because he's just weird, you know? Wait, why? Because of... Specifically this picture. What's his name again? I've forgotten already. Kanye. Kanye West. Nope, nope, nope. Okay, that's just weird. Oh lord, let's not show that picture. This. I can't find it. It's an image of him in a club. And the light's reflecting from his eyes. And the light reflects from his eyes in a position where he looks like he's just got white eyes and he looks demonic, and it freaks me out. Although, can we just point out that he decided to walk around at one point like this. I can't show most of the images attached to that guy. It's mad. He walked around like this one day and went, yeah, this will be fine. Like, come on, Jack Frost. You know what? Nah. Instead of Jack Frost, Jack Lost. He's walking L. Look at that. Donda, more like Elder. Yeah, I give myself that. It's just lenses. Yeah, I know it's just lenses, okay? It is indeed. But, you know, it's just... There's an image I can't find, basically, where he's in a club and his eyes look white. Not those lenses. There's a different one. I'm Steve. Steave. You could do Steve, I guess. But the skin, yes, okay. Back to what Drew said. Yes, the skins can be changed in game. Was his mom's name, and she's dead. I mean, hey, yo, rest in pieces, I guess. What do you want me to do? Bring her back? Your opinion on the Drake video? I haven't seen it, but one can just imagine, if you know what I mean. What do you mean by that, bro? Yeah, you said that. What do you mean by that? I should add an effect onto that so that it makes my screen go grey. I've wanted to do it for a long time. But Colton, K-Dog indeed. Yes, we will be playing Minecraft shortly. I already have it open on my other monitor. It's just chilling here. You know? See? Ready to go on whenever we do. Doop-doop-doo-doo. Would you be sad if you lost the glasses? I would, because I can't legally see. Thank you. We've just hit the sub goal. There we go. Thank you. I appreciate that. Shaq, thank you for the gift of tier 1.
Fake
Look at
Shack
that.
gifted a tier 1 sub to Stare Excel. They
Stop.
have
You
given
see what that
11
is?
gift subs in the channel.
Whoa, look at that. You know, same, I am blind as well. Exactly. I have to make it 30. But no, but Shaq, you missed the point, bro. Once it hits 35, it just gets upped. In fact, I'm pretty sure it's already updated on my back end. Has it? Yeah, there you go. Okay, look. And then it goes boom, 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 boom. There we go. And then was getting triggered about the 34. So what he's saying is I should just up it by 1 every time. I see what to do here. There we go. Now there's a new one. I mean, we've accomplished a new goal, so we have to set a new goal. That's not me saying to do it. I'm just saying we've hit the goal, so now we need to update it. It's just easier. What do you say? Who do you say to your... so you either look for... In the chat right now, K-Dog, you should either look for Mutum, who was one of the moderators. Drew, can you retrieve his backpack in our server? And there's another follow!
Nice.
You can't? Okay, so it's specifically Zine. So you've got to wait for Zine to come back, K-Dog. I got to hop off, brother. Listen, start. If you can drop a lurk if you can. If you can't, I understand. I hope you have an amazing day. Hopefully I'll see you at another stream. Happily I'll see you another time. See you another time live. Exactly. We're live Monday, Tuesday, sometimes Wednesday, depend on it. Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, 9 p.m. BST. So whatever time it is for you 30 minutes ago, that time all week. Sometimes Wednesdays. Thanks for dropping a like, Sebastian. I appreciate you, brother. Wait, can I send you my Kanye skin on Discord to see if it's creepy? Oh no, I've seen it. Hey man, don't worry. I have seen your skin and it's fine. Isn't just his face upside down and upside down? Well, his face and then his face upside down. I think. All right, yeah. So no, it's fine. Don't worry. Yeah, don't worry. It's just, it's better for like roleplay purposes if you have a skin. And like I said, we've got a. No, it's normal. Oh, okay. Oh, it's just his face. I mean, that's just creepy because I don't like Kanye. It's not. It's probably not. It's not creepy. I mean, having somebody's face all over you. I mean, to be fair, I'll have your face all over me, chat. Nothing wrong with that. Wait, so it's public RP server. This is the new server. It's going to be a public role-playing server, yes. And then when it's... That'd be cool. I mean, I can't have a Kanye on your body, so if you found a way. Why just have a... Why if we don't just shrink his body down? I mean, we can't... If there's anything that we can't shrink down, chat, it's the drink video. I ain't pausing for nothing, K-Mac. You said what you said. So I have to make a character? Yeah, you'll be making a character when we do it as well. That's the joy of it. Part of the joy is going to be making your character. So if you guys already know, what did we do last time, chat? The last time that we had a goal, like making a character, we crafted this dude. And now we got Henrik Lefroy, the Traveler. The guy. We love Henrik, though. We do. So, wait. So who can join in the RP server? Hey, Mac, anybody. This is the thing. It's a public server. Once it's ready, and it'll be ready in about 2-ish weeks. I'm saying 2-ish. Just give it a little bit of time. However, give it a little time, and then it'll be open. Give it about 2-ish weeks. And then, yes, anybody who is anybody is allowed to join the server. I want to make Hamilton. You can be Hamilton if you want. And you can also play the same role as what Hamilton was. He's a great guy that everybody loved, including your mother. I missed my button. But I don't have no skins. It's either Kanye or Travis or a total black guy. I mean, you can just do... Look, I mean, just look up Minecraft skin. You ready? Minecraft medieval skin, I guess. Let's go to Minecraft skins and let's just check it out ourselves. Go away, Shadows. Nah. Who's this young fellow, huh? Shadows. I'm saying this because I feel like you're a little bitch, boy. I'm just saying, Fake Shack's done 11 subs, and I feel like you need to do at least 12 so you can be number 1 on the gift board instead of Shaq. But that's just me, though. Will there be a roadman role? A roadman role? I mean, define that. Are you going down the stereotype route of, like, you know, a generic, I want to say ruffian / thug? You know, man's from London. Yeah, I know that, you know. Man's from London, innit? He's from the East End. Yeah. I am from the East, so I live in East London. You know that, bruv. All that. Yeah. Don't do that in public, please. I want to be Pop Smoke. You want to... No, you can be Papa Smoke, as in Daddy Smoke. There you go, Disney character. Chat, look, let's go down to... Look, you don't want to... Right, so you don't... I can't go there because there's Etsy ads, and they are just stupid ads. So, man from the ends in it, bruv. You fucking hell, bruv. Look at you coming into my chat and all, pretending you're from London and that, yeah? Fucking hell, bruv. Nah. So, look, these are some... yeah, oh, you're meant to be a thug. Okay, so look, so you can do any of the... Like, these are medieval. You don't have to. I'm just saying, like, if you were to search any... Roadman. If I go here, it gives them NSFW... Can we just talk about the Am I Gay Test advert? I need to go away from there because I don't like having the fact that there's lingerie sitting on there. Minecraft. I mean, I guess you could just search for thug. I guess. Wait. Oh, Oh, yeah, listen. Shados is the truest ruffian, chat. If you guys don't know Shados... He's the complete ruffian, and by ruffian, I mean don't trust him with your wallet on the table or he'll snatch it out your fingies. Shadow's a nice guy, but he's a ruffian. Don't go near him. I heard that people pay him for, you know. Let's type in thug. Let's see what is on there instead. Sure. Okay, that just docks my address. Baba Boy! Hi, Lily. How are you? Welcome in. It's nice to see you. Baba Boy! Chat, why is this just docks my... Wait, let me just inspect element this shit right now. I'm getting rid of this advert. What on God's heaven? It just docks my address. Go away. Okay, that got rid of my address. There we go. Okay, now you were talking about, is there any thug skins? I mean, look. I mean, there's sort of thugs. If you want. I don't mind it. I'm good. I doodle a little. How about you? I want to see your doodles. Show me your doodles. It's like these. You're a bumbleclaw. Hey, yo, Shadows, don't be calling people that in my chat. So yeah, there's a couple of thug skins. We could vibe with it. You could be whatever you want to be. Also, you can't listen. Wait. I'm just saying right now, chat. Let's just hold up 1 second. Did Shadows HD just decide that he wants to be mean to our #1 monthly gift subber? I think that calls for punishment. Gosh darn it, a heckums. Chat, you know what we do to people that do that? Gosh darn it, a heckums, chat. Let's just tell him to sit on the naughty corner where he can't talk to anybody for 60 seconds. Don't worry, Shaq. I got you, bro. I sent it to you on Discord. Let me check this Discord out very quickly, Lily. Did you? Alright, let's go. He was put on the naughty step, mate. Wasn't it, bruv? He got sent there and no one was able to do anything about it, bruv. Right, let's see. Where did you send it to? Or is that you going to send it, Lily? Because I haven't gotten one of those things yet. Or did you send it as a... Wait, did you send it as a message? You did not. I'll wait for that to be in Discord, and I'll see it. Cheesy! I love you, Cheesy. Hi. Can we get a little...
Ow, ow. Ooh.
Hi, Cheesy. How you doing, beautiful? Shadows, bruv. What are you doing now for? You're meant to be in the naughty corner. Thank you for the 5 gifted sub, baby. Hey, yo, chat. Get some love in the chat for Shadows HD. While we just vibe out to this songy doozy right now. With my ears in my headphones. Thank you for the 5 gifted sub, Shadows. You're still in 3rd place of gifted, though. You're so far behind the other people. Wait for it. And chat, don't forget, if you want to see me having a coloured hair of which you would like to choose, then you need to do that one. Because those ones aren't good enough. But if you want to make me have a step, that's a way to get out of the naughty step. No, to get out of the naughty step is 10. Technically. So, and to be fair, we used to do swear jar as well. So if you did swear on my stream, you'd have to pay with a gifted sub. That's one thing we used to do. However, if you guys want to, you know what? I'll make a deal with you, okay? If we hit half the goal by the end of today, the top gifter will have priority to say what color the hair goes. And it can't be something like gross green or like yellow of like, you know, it's got to be good. I finally sent it. Okay, now I can see it, okay? Where is it? Where are you? And I'm so sorry. Jesus Christ, it's Christmas. They are amazing, by the way, Lily. They are. Shadow, shut up. I'm not looking at you yet. I'm not doing it. They're amazing. I love those doodles. Let's freaking go. Okay, now I'll pay attention to chat. Shadows. Oh, look at you, Shadows, with the 5 gifted subs again. Brother. Come on. That's just... You're still a 1 sub behind Fake Shaq as well. Chat, it's okay. He's just not as good as Shaq. However, bruv, can I make a skin that is medieval knight with a balaclava? I mean, isn't that just a thug anyway? Did they have balaclava? I mean, a stupid question. I'm gonna look like I'm an idiot. However, medieval balaclava. Okay, that's kind of funny. Chat, I do believe they had balaclavas back then. I guess, by technicality, that's correct. Hexnar. I think maybe you can customize it, but I don't know. Listen, I mean, chainmail armor is the way forward these days, is it not? Hexnar. You can't spell heck. It's H-E-C-K. I'm so sorry, Shadows, but you can't spell English. You're just that bad, bruv. That was a funny one, though. I'm glad that we saw that one. But heck not, I'm gonna beat him. Nah, you ain't gonna beat him. It's fine. This is Fake Shaq we're talking about, okay? We're talking about the one and only Fake Shaq. You try to overtake him, I'm gonna feel sad about it. It's a bop. Wait for it, chat. You ready? Come on. I want to see some dance. I want the dancers. Can I do? Wait, is it this? I'm wearing the same jumper. Who was that? Cheesy! Thank you for the 80 bits. I love you, Cheese. Chat. I love Cheese. Cheese is an amazing person. And I love you, Cheesy. How you doing, beautiful? I love you. Cheesy, when's your birthday? Isn't your birthday coming up? No dancing emotes unless it's the Sin dancing emo. I just want to see... I want to see nothing other than March 14th. It passed already?
Emotional damage.
Cheesy, I'm so sorry I missed your birthday. Happy birthday. Happy late birthday. I'm not going to dox your age, though. Today, since Trusty is having his first meal, thanks to people donating. Chat, say swear. I know it's true. I'm so sorry, chat. I'm a brokey. You're poor. I'm poor, chat. I need all of it. It's on Pi Day. Oh my god, it's 3.14. That's so true. I'm 22. I'm like, she's just doxed her own age and date of birth, chat. I need to quit. I can't believe the year you were born. Oh my god, that makes me feel old. Oh my god, it's Jason Korn. Does that mean that you were born in 2002? Oh my god. One of my friends was born in 2002. Oh my freaking nose, bro. I thought that'd be better. Wait, can we say the N-word? Because negligence! Don't say negligence! It's not as bad as me accidentally doxing my mom's phone number. How do you do that? How do you do that? I was born in 90. No, you are 90 years old, dude. That's the problem. Just add another one. I'm 2002. No. How do you do? I just threw up a bit thinking about Fly saying he was born in 2004. Oh my god, the way your head just shuttered so badly when you, yeah, and bro, it's because he said the N-word. I was trying to call her and said her number out.
Emotional damage.
Jeez, cheesy. Please tell me that you just deleted the VOD. What are the odds the VOD's still there and we watch it? What are your mods called? To be fair, yeah, I'd do that. And I live in the UK, so that'd kind of screw with my, I mean, I don't want to... No, I won't say the state you live in because it'll kind of... they know her number and... I'm not going to say that bit. What a bunch of... Guys, listen. If this roleplay server was historic... I was saying this. We were saying, like, how accurate do we want to make the lore of this new roleplay server? It's medieval. And we were like, yeah, we want to make it very, very accurate. I was like, okay, that's cool. So every time a woman joins, we're just going to throw her in the river because she can read. Right? It's historically accurate, chat, okay? It's historically accurate. Nah, sorry. We can start. No, okay, listen, we can't. Okay, my joke was far enough. Okay, we can't burn him with a stake. I'm sorry. Let's just rewind it. Okay.
Emotional damage.
Double kill.
We can't. Okay. If it's medieval information, can I help with the accuracy? Sure, why not? Why? If she's a witch. If there's a witch, I didn't say that we can do that. Okay. We should make sure carrying a fish around the city at 8 PM is punishable offense. Or that's actually really funny because then we can also do it where if you go outside and you dust if you air out your rug outside the king's palace, that we can that it's sensible. Welcome to the UK chat, where if you were to air out your dirty rug in front of Buckingham Palace, you can get arrested. How about this? When there's a famale, every time she refuses to cook dinner, okay, I kind of can't. I can't have that one. We try to have nice things, chat. We try to make jokes and then we just turn it too offensive. Shadows, you need to give 5 subs to make up for it. I'm sorry. Or hey, make it banned for life, and you need to do it. I don't make the rules up. In fact, no. To make up for it, Shadows, you need to give 5 subs or you're banned. That's how I'm doing it. These people just don't know what to do. I'm sorry. It's an offense to handle a salmon and look, it's all suspicious. Did I just have a stroke? Kinda. Chat, I know. Can all of the women in the chat right now just go? Shadows, you can't count for, you can't count for shit, bruv. Can we just get, yeah, can we get some SMHs from the ladies in the chat, please? I guess that'll do, bruv. I guess that'll do. Did we hit... We haven't hit 50 already, have we? Fair. Are you banning meat on Fridays? No, we can't do that. We need to force Shadows to eat a pig on a Friday. Now you're first. That's, to be... Yeah, that's true. Why didn't I get gifted? That's true. Now, Shadows, you need to gift Richie one specifically to make up for it. See, Cheese is already with the SMH. Neither misogyny or misandry. Misandry is allowed on this. FT, welcome in, bro. How you doing today? Are you broke? That's not true. Chat. This guy just said he's broke. His student finance landed today, by the way. Can we just point that out? This kid, you say this every time you come into my chat. You're like, 5 more for 50? Is it? Don't you dare. Nah, don't pull that. Do not pull that shit with me, bro. I know your student finance landed today. You cannot tell my chat you're broke. You've been... No. Don't even... That's an SMH right there. That's it. Don't tell people you're broke, bro. Look at that. Don't chat. Absolute flam. Oh, that was funny. SMH. No, it's reloaded. Now it's 50. See, now we need to make... I keep upping it by 25 and you guys keep hitting it. Look at that. Wait, then the concurrent amount goal. Oh wait, there you go. There's a new goal. Chat, stop hitting the goal so easily. See, now that's what I'm talking about, Lily. It's just like, need 50 more for 100. I know. Chat, we're gonna hit the next goal already, bro. We can't do this. I've only just done it. Shaq, thanks for the 5 gifted subs again. But now, yeah, now I see it. Now Shaq is first again. I mean, just think. Shadows, you could just do the logical thing and just gift like 10. And then you'll be way ahead of him. Chat, listen, in fact, you know what? We're about to hit a hype train as well because of that. Look, I'm going to put a poll together for you. Let's do a poll and go, should Shadows give 15? Yes. Hell no. Chat, look, do me a favor. Everybody just put into the chat, right? Boom, there you go. There's a poll in the chat. Let's just... Do we want Shadows to just give 15? I know what I'm voting for. Gives 15, he's going to be number 1. He'll be number 1 forever. If he gives 15, it's out of our hands. Just gift it directly to Richie. I know, right? What I see is Sin not changing their hair color goal. Oh, wait. Oh, yeah. Wait. I need to do that as well. While you... Listen, you guys do your vote and I'll update it, okay? 5, 10, 15, 20. Is it 21? What is that? Oh no. That's like 100. Ah. One says no. It's definitely just Shadows, and Shadows' alt account just logged in. I see that. 8 versus 2. Okay. Shadows, bro, listen, I am sorry, bro, but listen, I think the rules state. Okay, now Richie, there you go. Now Richie's a sub. It's Shadows and Shaq. No, Shaq definitely said yes. You know what, chat? This calls for the special, okay?
Well, who gifted a tier 1 sub to Richie underscore?
Thank you for gifting a tier 1 sub to Richie. Look at that. Actually, of course you would. I know. I guarantee I knew that you said yes. Now, let's go to... For some reason, it ain't loading, right? Now, chat, here's what I didn't tell Shadows. If it was voted yes, he has 60 seconds to actually do it. Or he gets timed out for a week. I was going to say a day. But he's getting timed out for a week if he doesn't do it. I don't make up the rules. I actually do. I lied. Bro, are you serious? Yeah, I'm so sorry, bro. That's I don't write the rules. I'm sorry. You guys have already nearly hit... You've nearly hit level 5 already. And it is. It's one of the rules. I'm so sorry. Chat, 60 seconds starting from now, okay? We'll do a countdown together. And if he doesn't do it, chat, we all get to do it. In fact, Cheesy, you get to time out Shados for 7 days. Us mods say 1 hour timeout. What, a 1 hour timeout? I say 7 days, because who needs a Shados in chat? We've got Haymek and Fake Shack. I think it's better. I think it's better. I've changed it, by the way. I've changed the time out until May 18th. Oh, we can't do that because we all know what day that is. For fuck's sake. Listen, I've also, like, let's see. Does it work now? Wait, will this work if I test it? I think I've done it. It didn't work. Okay, never mind. Gosh darn it to Heckams. Yo, long time no see. Oh, wait. I can do 5 not 15. I say 10. Meet me halfway. 10 and I'll forgive you. That's it. 10 and I'll forgive you. I've also been letting that's been going down way too fast, by the way. It should still be like 400. I can't take my word back, but I should be halving my number. I'm so stupid. It's also in dollars, not pounds. But it was... How have you been, bro? How's your day? How has it been since I've last... It's not been a while. I know, it's been 2 years. I've been gone, that's why, bro. I've been gone. I wrote 5. Chat. Okay. Chat, do we take 5, yes or no? I don't know. Because... Wait, have you guys... You've got 1 minute until the hype train runs out as well. Chat, You're not good at this negotiating, Shados. I'm sorry. It would be pleasant birthday present for a timeout until May 18th. Okay, 10, or you get timed out until Shaq's birthday. How about that? Well, there's 5. Okay. 5 is all you can do? Wow, chat, I'm so... Chat, do we take it? And also, Drew, thank you for your tier 1 gifted. Chat, this is just a back and forth of just fighting against the will to live. I don't know. Nah, it's cap. I make the rules. Matter of fact, I suggest we time out for 365 light years. I mean, that is the size of his, how to get money one out of one. To get the monetary value of 1 to 1 in Twitch is you donate bits. I get 100% of them. However, it costs you a little bit more to get them, if that makes sense. So like $1 for you would cost you like 100 bits is like $1.38, so it costs 38 cents more. We wouldn't even exist. I mean, your forehead doesn't exist. Okay, fair enough, Shaq. Shaq had to just go above and beyond and just beat him on it. Shaq, thank you for the 5 gift. Listen, I have to say this. I have to say, if you've been gifted a sub, by the way, if it's from Shados, if it's from Fake Shaq, sure. Let's just say thank you to the people that gifted you a sub. Even if it was Drew, thank you for your gifted tier 1. I appreciate that as well, bruv. And bless you. Thank you. I know I've already said this, but just to reiterate, chat, you guys don't need to do this. But it's highly appreciated. Now, let's just say that was another 10. And that is actually like 50. That's 50, so I need to think that. I need to stick to my word of going down 50. Okay. Did that just double up, or did he do it again? I don't know if he did it again. I like that more as well. That one's a funny one. Oh, I've got this. Oh, I've got that open. That's why it's doubling up. Shh, no. I didn't mean to do that. Let's mute the tab. Thank you. It's massively appreciated. Thank you, Drew, for the 500 bits as well. Hey, yo, you get that little thing on the chat. Look above the chat. You missed the train? Chat, you did not miss the train at all. What do you mean you missed the train? Stop being dumb. Can I choose where the progression bar is? Wait. How to manually add to a dono goal stream elements. What song is this? I should say on my screen, does it not? Yeah, bottom right, this corner. Aye. So check, you've reached level 5. That's nuts. Sintro is my new favorite. Don't say Sintro. Now, I ain't saying Sin's a gold digger, but I ain't messing with no broke. Now, I ain't saying Sin's a gold digger. I am a gold digger. I don't care. Sintro, stop it, bruv. It's not right. Oh no. Oh my god, you go X game mode. You can't actually add it manually. Fair enough. Well, I'll change it down to, I need to change it to 300. There you guys go. Level 6? Was it level 6? Nah. Hey, yo, let's go. Chat, thank you. I appreciate it. Well, look, now, you've took 200 off, okay? Rightfully, I kind of gave you a bit of a buff. I didn't realize it. I gave you guys 1-to-1. Well, now, let's see. Who is at the top? It's like 11 p.m. by you. It's 10:15 p.m. for me. Hope y'all are happy for real. I mean, Shadows, I'm happy that you're second on the leaderboard. Shaq's beating you by 1. That's funny. The clean version says broke. Yeah, it does. Yeah. I'm aware of that one. However, I just think it's funny the fact that Fake Shaq, even after all of that, Fake Shaq is still 1 above you. But yes, to answer your question, Shaq, I think it was Shaq that said this anyway. How you been? Hey, Mac, I've been really good, bro. That doesn't make you above. It makes you even. Shadows. You're stupid, you moron. Oh, guess we're the same now? Ah, who likes being equals? Thank you, Droid, for the hydrate. I'm going to sipsy doozy.
Drink water. Become moist.
Oh, no. Oh, I'm drinking so much Diet Cola. This one I can't burp, it's really heavy. Not anymore. Chat, should this just be a pissing contest between Shadows and Fake Shack? Well, look who it is. Hi, Jinxie. How you doing, beautiful? Welcome, Sin. Hope you're having a good day. Hope you're having a good year. I haven't seen you in a while. I miss you. It's nice to see you. I'm hoping you're having an amazing time. Right? How's things been? How's life? Taro, welcome to the sub gang, and Shadows, thank you for gifting that one. I appreciate it for the 2 gifted subs total. But now you're above him, I guess. I'm doing good apart from the fact I'm not with the BF. Well, at least that'll make you feel a bit better. I hope so, Jinx. But Jinxie, welcome. I've missed you. However,
Well, who gifted a tier 1 sub to Jinxie Bells? They have given 5 gift subs in the channel.
thank you, bless you, for the gifted tier 1 up into the... Why was it Snape? Thank you for your tier 1 sub. Miss, bless you. What are you doing, Potter? I appreciate it. Apart from, you are not with the BF. So is that saying that bless you? Not bless you. Jinxie, sorry. Jinxie, is this implying that you now have BF? Is this true? Hey, yo, Dragon and I are tied for 3rd. I think right now that needs to change. Oh, look at that freaking level 5 hype train emote. Look at this. Chat, if you get that in chat, just put a choo-choo in chat real quick. I'm all for that, chat. You've made me feel really super duper happy and we've just been vibing. Okay? A choo-choo from me and a choo-choo from you. A choo-choo from us and a choo-choo for Drew. Drew, that's for you. If your name's Drew, I'm coming for you. It's not a lie. I'm coming for you. To answer your question before, Shaq, you were asking for... You asked, what is the name of the song? It is Leave Before You Love Me. It's a Marshmello and Jonas Brothers song. Sintro, we're changing the head. Wait. Sintro. Don't call me Sintro. It's not Sintro. It's Sin. Please, chat. Please, please, please. It's not Sintro. It's Sin. I beg, please. We're sorry. We are sorry. We have underperformed. Have you ever got those adverts? I'm begging. Just don't call me Sintro, please. Shaq, bruv. Why did that break? You broke my overlay. What the shit, bro? Why'd you break it, bruv? Why you... You had to do that. Freaking frick shit. Let's just do it by... Let's just do it 1,000. Yep, there you go. It didn't even work. Oh, no. Let's not do that. Let's do 2,000 instead. I just nearly done 100,000. No. Stop. Please. Allow it. Balls, you stinky. He says, stop it, chat. Okay, now you guys are like actually getting close to it. That's annoying. That's like hair dye. It's you're getting scarily close, and I don't really know if I should be scared of it or not. Stop. I'm gonna set it. Can I set the text size to 45? Maybe will that fix it? There you go. Oh, there we go. Look at that. What's the total for the hair dye? If it now goes to this total, so it's now 50 out of 300. Okay. So once it gets to 300 out of the current number, every time you guys gift subs, I drop it down to whatever the subs are. You know. Did you know that there are 100 new species of the coast of New Zealand? I did not know that. Sintro, can you put off the grid, lol? If you do, nobody will call you Sintro anymore. What do you mean, the grid? I can go off the grid. Shaq, you're meant to be done like an hour ago, bruv. I thought you'd come in here, like, do 5 or something and go. Well, no, you've outdone yourself, bro. I appreciate you. Shaq, I appreciate you massively, okay? Can you put off the grid? What do you mean put off the grid? What's the grid, chat? You all just lost the game.
Fatality.
You're welcome. Oh, Off the Grid is a song. What's the song? Who's it by? Please don't say it's going to be... It's Kanye. I ain't putting that song on. Chat, by the way, the reason why... take note. This is a DMCA free playlist. Right? This playlist is... this is so that I don't get copyright struck. Kanye is definitely copyright. Okay, chat, here's the deal. Because I saw somebody lose everything, I'm going to edit all your points. You're all going to get 150,000 points. I want you to all gamble all. Right now. And I'll vibe. And you know what? No. In fact, on top of that, let's just take the glasses off. Let's just vibe. If you lost everything, do Sintro Dance 1. If you won everything, do Sintro Dance 2. And if your country doesn't allow gambling, sucks to be you. Wait, does chat, do you guys remember the stupid goal? Wait, chat, who was here from 2 years ago, right? Do you guys remember the last time that we did this? I said to someone that if somebody completed the goal 100% within the next 5 minutes, we'd end the streams there and then. Is that me being a sellout if we do that? Yeah, but would it be funny if we just can't stream because somebody gatekeep my stream? Kind of. If this goal gets hit in the next 5 minutes, I'll end stream. That's it. I'll end stream and you guys can force me to end stream if we hit it in 5 minutes. You've only got 5 minutes though, because Minecraft is waiting for us. I just think it'd be kind of funny. I can't see. I don't think that's happening. Ib, listen. You've never seen what this chat does, okay? This chat has done this before and it annoyed everybody. But it's also kind of funny. However... so when you're locking the round table, oh, that'll probably get locked today. Okay, just so that people don't accidentally join in again and get leaked of the entire server. Guess what? What? My country doesn't allow the command. What I can do is just to gamble on predictions. How they... Oh! So you know what I can do? I can just do gamble. Oh. I can just chat. I can literally just do this. I'm in control of this chat, not you. I can give myself all... Execute... Wait, huh? Fly, how have you got that many... Huh? How... You can't do it to me, Zombie. Okay, wait, chat. If you want to know what gives the most, it's exclamation mark slots. That one.
Emotional damage.
That one's meant to give you the most. Slots gives you the most payoff. Unlike me. Bro, the chat moving nuts. The chat does move nuts. This is welcome to this internet. We move a mads. We do move a madness. Dang gambler, god dang it, gambler shit, freaking gambler, they don't know what they're doing. Doing a gamble. I'm sorry, chat. I just ate 24 pieces of sushi, and Cheesy, I love you for that. That's why we all love you, Cheesy. So much sushi. However, what kind of sushi was it? It's got to be 150,000, okay? It can't be 150k. It's got to be 150,000. As an Irish person, I got that Irish look when gambling all the time. I don't have that look because I worked in casinos. I just know how to. I know how to work a casino. I have to admit though. Okay, that's bugging me. That's not 4 up. I am really good at gambling, which is why I won't do it. I can't do gambling because I'm really good, and that's my poison. It was a spicy crab roll. I need to look at what these look like. Spicy crab roll. Cheesy. Are we talking these? You know what? Probably the only piece of fish that... Probably the only piece of fish... Yeah, probably the only... I don't like seafood. However, they do like kind of tight. I think I'm banned from gambling. Shaq, don't ever at me at at blackjack. That is my... I have like a 100% win rate. It has chili flakes on it and spicy mayo. And you had 24. To be fair, I would. Yeah, I would do that. Are you gonna by me now? Oh no. Listen. Okay, listen. This chain, right? I'll take the platinum. Okay, 24. That is insane. Jeez, so haram. It's not. Listen, he had socks on. He had socks on, so it's fine. Okay, it's calm. It's halal. That's how it goes, isn't it? Right, okay, you just missed out on the 5 minute. My time is gone. You guys missed on it. That's fine. That's calm. But that's how religion works, is it not, Shadows? By the way, what are we playing today? We have got in the background chat. We have ready. Oh, sorry, wrong screen. We have it ready. I have Minecraft waiting in the background. Now, I want to know, chat. There's an opinion that I'm going to put in chat. It's kind of a closed off opinion, and I need to know whether you guys agree. Controversial opinion. I know. New poll. Chat, you've got 1 minute, so make sure Make sure you vote. Chat, I want to know. It's such a dead game to most of Twitch. However, I still love the game. And I play it with some friends and we have offline games. I just want to know, if I was to do Among Us and I was to do them inside of our community server, which by the way, if you don't know what that is, !Discord, there it is in the chat. Make sure you get the join the Discord for all kind of haha funny moments. So what we're going to do is we're going to play Among Us someday. And if you guys enjoy Among Us, you can join the lobby. We don't play vanilla Among Us. We play modded Among Us. Ooh. A modded Among Us. I've got an itchy nose. I've got an itchy nose. If we play Among Us, it will be modded Among Us. Ooh. But you guys get to play modded roles. It's not talking imposter and crewmate. We're talking engineer. We're talking warlock. We're talking witch, time traveler, spy. All of the fun roles that nobody from Shados's chat understands. We got 3 to 1. Who said no? Who was the No. Who was that? Own up to it. Fess up. You don't. It was you. I bet it was you as well, Droid.
Emotional damage.
You know what that is? That's Among Us. That's sus. Get sussed, bro. It was. I bet it was as well. Freaking dope, dude. Freaking bat. I freaking love bats. Sing, you like your Discord profile pic? Type hi in general chat so I can see it, and I'll be able to. He said he was going to do it in VC. I believe that as well. When you said he was, I was like, yeah, I know. I know where this is going. Let's see. The monkey. You can't call... Never mind. I do. I like it. Monkey. Me and my monkey. Exclamation mark high. I see that, bro. For once, it was not you. Dragon. Well, this is the thing. So I do think we can do it. If there's enough people that sign up for it the day before, so chat, this is how we'll do it. We'll do it so you go into Discord. You'll see in I'll ping at Among Us. We'll do a lobby sign up and then we'll play it on stream. And that'll be kind of cool. Who knows? Nobody plays community Among Us anymore. So, you know, we could just easily dominate that, especially with Minecraft. Because let me tell you, chat. When this new server comes out... Shadows, are you looking forward to the new server? Because I am. Bro, I tried it once. Wait, you were... Oh, yeah, you tried Among Us. Listen, you were so bad. Oh, bro, I watched it for like 5 minutes and was like... sorry. I've never had Minecraft. What version you guys play? We play on Java. So that's the version. And if you have Java, you have Bedrock. If you have Bedrock, you have Java. Play on Java if you have a PC. It's just so much better. It's so much better, Chad. It's so much better. What you'll find is we do it better than anyone else. We make it better than China. We make it better than everyone. It's China. We play Java version. Java version is just superior. It's the creme de la creme. And this server is not just creme de la creme. It's creme de la creme. De la fam. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. 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 Chose your hair? Absolutely not. It's tied back. Okay? I wash it every 2 days because it's so long. And today is the off day, okay? See that? That's why it goes curly when I haven't washed it in a day. You hopping on Dawncraft server this stream? Yes, it'll be the Dawncraft server while we play. The community streams will be on Dawncraft, and then I'll be working on the other stream on the other server, and that'll be popping. And that's where we get the fun stuff. I got itchy nose still. It's all the cocaine I've been taking. Oh my god. Oh lord, 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 lord. I can't believe I did that on stream. Those who don't know what it is, don't worry about it. I need to clean my glasses from touching my glasses though. Jeez. Dancing in the dead I'm cleaning my glasses, don't at me. I've never had Coke in your life. I say that while I'm rubbing my nose. No, I will never do anything like that. I love my body too much. I'm a narcissist, if that makes me that. Okay, but thank you for the stream, Sin. I gotta go to school. I've got to go because you got school tomorrow. Goodbye. Listen, Ib, drop a lurk if you can drop a lurk. If you can't drop a lurk, I appreciate you anyway. I'll see you either tomorrow or another stream. Thanks for dropping by, bro. I appreciate it. And it's really nice to see you, dude. Bal, as Stitch would say, Ohana means family. A family means nobody gets left behind. Or forgotten. Or forgotten. It's my family. Lilo and Stitch is so good. How do you lurk? You literally just right click your tab and just mute. That's all you need to do. Right click the tab, mute, and leave the stream running. That's how you do it. That's how you do it, chat. We do it better than anyone else. Better than China. Better than Iraq. Better than Russia. We do it better than anyone else. China. I would not do it. I would not do anything like that in my life. I'm sorry, it's not my way of life. It's not my way of thinking. I do not do the Coca-Cola for the nose. It's not my thing. Not the devil's lettuce. I don't even drink alcohol, chat. I'm so straight edge. I went to make a joke and I realized I'm on Twitch. Oh, okay, because I remember there used to be... It's just deactivated because Stream Elements is a little bitch. Sin, what is up? What is up, Drummerland Nation? I'm your host, Killer Keemstar. Let's get right into the dudes. Wait. Right, let me get back to this and then we can get back into the game. I'm sorry. It's just the way, chat. I think we should exile. Shadows, chat. Yeah, let's do it again. Shadows, don't be bullying Fake Shack like that, bro. Don't be doing that. Fake Shack's my friend, not yours. Right, let's Sipsy Doozy ourselves over to... Let's go over to Minecraft, shall we, chat? Also, Shaq, I need to know what emotes it was that he had, because now he's been timed out for 60 seconds. Right, shall we get into... Shall we get onto the server, chat? Oh, they're your sub emotes. Oh my god, you're right. It was the Smurf one, wasn't it? Oh, that's funny. Now I recognize it. Right, let's go to set game and let's go to Minecraft. Boom. Let's go to Minecraft chat. Wait, I need the IP. I don't have the IP anymore. I need this. I just... Rosie abusing his power. My power cannot be abused. You know what is an abuse of power? Doing this on my phone. You ready for my abuse? Wait for it. Okay, I can't do it. I was gonna give you VIP, but I guess I can't. Oh, I can. You know what is an abuse of power? No. You know what? No. This is different. No. I'm gonna change it. I was gonna give you VIP. I was gonna give you VIP, but I'm now gonna say the next person, whoever meets that, is gonna get VIP permanently. That's it. That's how you do it. If you want permanent VIP, you've got to meet that goal. That's it. Right, everything should be on. Fancy. Give it to 22 subs. What does that say? What does it say? That's not rounded up. Needs to be 4 more. 46 out of 10. That's daily goal. A daily goal is always set to 10. See, so you've. It's not even 5x yet. Chat. Tell him to stop being a little boy. You get perma VIP if you hit that. How am I here? This is our new home area. This is where we went for our new home. Yeah, okay, I remember. Haircut. Still shows up. I don't know, lol. I don't know, lol, what? The server rolled back. Did it? Oh, I haven't been on this server all weekend. This is the server that I stream. So I don't do that. Hello, doggo. And okay, so it's Richie, Leather, well, Drago, Richie, and myself. Okay. I love, I upped all my settings again. I fixed some driver issues on my PC. So now we can do all like the nice and the nice stuff. Look, now we look nice. It looks so much better this way. I forgot. Right, so we need now a shovel. I'm not used to the way that the server is. I can't play because anything I get will get reset in your backpack. Oh. Hey, Shadows, thank you for dropping a like, man. And listen, man, I do appreciate the 20 subs, man. Thanks, bro. Happy Student Finance Day, bro. Thanks for dropping a like, though. I can't play because anything I get will get... Oh, no. Oh, yeah, because he'll roll back your inventory. Yeah, Zine's out with his children right now. Are you ready for the next 3 months, yeah? You ready for the next 3 months? What do you mean, ready for the next 3 months? What's happening in the next 3 months? Ramadan 2.0, baby. Let's go. Just turn the game down a tad for me on my end, not for you guys. Shadows, what's in the next 3 months? Okay, look, how have you been getting on the server? What's your loot looking like, my dude? Because I see that you got something pretty spicy. Well, hopefully he gets on in like 3 hours or so. Oh yeah, oh, we'll definitely be back by then, don't worry. Shadows, you're making me worry. What's in 3 months? Because I know that we've got Shaq's birthday, and that's in May. Your birthday's not important. You know, I'm thinking here. Let's just...
Did I really just forget that?
Yes. Oh, there's a black hole spell in your backpack. Oh, bro. Just a little bit of love. Do I have a torch in my inventory? Yeah, look at me. Run around, Sin Class D, HD. That's me. I need a torch though. And you had, oh, that's, oh bro, 32 diamonds as well. I mean, to be fair, diamonds aren't, I mean, have you seen? Look at that, that's 67 blocks of iron, and I've got the same in raw blocks of iron. Right, let's go to, ooh. Right, going to bed. I don't like the nighttime in this. Hey, what are you doing? Get out of my bed. That's what I said when you looked at me funny and then I was gone. Give me your bed. Nah, don't you walk away like that. Oh, there's monsters nearby. Oh, there's one outside. That's right. My time. La 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 la. La la la. A staff of destruction. Okay, I don't have a staff. Ouch! No, 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 oh, no, 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 no. What the? Why are you running like that? That's not good. Oh, that's cap. There we go. Jeez, this guy trying to get me killed. I'm not used to playing the same way that we play on the server that I'm building. Get out of that bed, bruv. Give me the bed so I can sleep. We're used to having I'm used to having all of this ching 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 things. If that makes sense. Stop any crazy little bit. La, la, la. That's why I need the hog skin for your new spellbook. Oh, that's why I'm dying so fast, because we're on hard mode now. Got you. The epic fight mod on the server, on the new server or this current server, because this one has epic fight mod. The new server also has epic fight mod. They both do. Da, 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 da. The new? Yeah, we have it on both. Oh yeah, I know. Coltons, I was there, remember. You better hide, bro. No freak. Wait, was somebody in a nether? Yes. K-Doggy. He was in the nether. And now the server's hard locked onto hard. He didn't know that he wasn't meant to go in there yet. And he just wandered right in. Freak out. Rich, I know, that's what I'm saying. Then you, yeah, now you can go there, sorry. Unless everybody didn't know already. Yes, you can now go there because of it. Well, we were meant to wait, but K-Dog just didn't know. It's okay. Listen, it's fine, K-Dog. Don't worry about it. We're just gonna go. We're gonna go there now anyway. I'm gonna make a basic base of operations somewhere we can haul home our nation, so we can put our chest and our items. I'll pay you later. It's fine, bro. Don't worry about it. You can pay me by being on the new server when we launch. Oh, yeah, don't worry, kid. I know. I have one overworld boss left. What? There's bosses that you can get in the overworld? Freak out. Oh, yeah. Oh, Colson, you'll love the server, I reckon, to be fair. Villager quest? Oh, okay. We're not going to be having that in the new server, though. Well, the overworld bosses from Dawncraft, that is. I'm not gonna spoil. We've got a team full of people working right now, and I'm happy. Drew, how's it going, baby? We getting good efforts? Are we looking good? Freak out, freak, 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 freak. Are you adding voice chat in Minecraft? Yeah, we've already got it in the new version. Alright, thanks for dropping a like, Jack. I appreciate it, man. Man, looking good. We're adding fisherman job right now. Man. You adding the hooks? Sorry, the hooks. So we don't have to. You don't have to. You don't have to use Discord. There's dedicated space in my Discord server for it. There's also dedicated space in a HeroCraft Discord server that's going to be coming out soon. So, you know, we have everything to look to. You shouldn't use Discord. Exactly. Thank you for the gift sub. Whoever's, I think, well, who gifted you the sub tab? Does it tell you? Oh, I'm so sorry. I am so sorry. I'm so sorry. Exactly. It should be against the rules to do it. 3, 2, 1, go. What? I just tapped out the game. How did that do that? Okay. No. Okay. Here's the thing. I think it was either fake. Okay. It was either Shadows HD or Fake Shack or Bless You or Mutant. Don't think it was Mutant because he gifted one out. Have to fact check that. Bet you didn't know it was Fake Shack or Shadows HD. Whoever won that was thank you for gifting one to community. I love this song, by the way. If I give you something right now, it will dupe because your inventory will get reset. Right? Probably not. I don't think so. I don't think it'll, because they'll just roll back your inventory. I'd also suggest just not doing that because the people who moderate the chat are inside the Twitch chat. Yeah. One thing you could, do you want to show you something though? I mean, you can show me something. Or why don't you just store your current items in a chest? Like, just empty your current inventory into a chest and just leave it. Like, leave it at home and stuff, and then you can just come show me what you need to. And then when Zine's there, we can just be like, hey, Zine, do it now. You know? So I'm going to take it. Didn't know where your base is, where your chests are, where you're going to be. Oh, you don't have a base? That's fair. Fair enough that you don't have a base. I mean, to be fair, I've been on the server for like a week now. I still don't have a base. Into you, like you. I should get a base though, which is why we're digging all of this mountain out now. Yeah. When you walk up in the club, people say, hey, are you okay? No. I'm a piece of meat dangling with a vein system and a conscious energy remedy. That's me. Can't talk to women because they got social anxiety. You're walking around like, hi. So it's a work in progress. I'm just not into you like you do. Who's got blood shards? She's just not into you. Do. If we couldn't get on every night. Am I taking it down to the right level? Oh wait. Hi. Hi. I nearly got you. Chat, my brother's face calling me. Let's say hi to my brother. Hi, I'm currently live. Are you good? Want to tell me a joke? Hold on. Say it again. Okay. It's non-bi. I'm gonna tell my chat this. Okay, goodbye. Bye. Chat, my brother, he's gay. Context, it's allowed. My brother says he was watching a TV show with my mother and they saw a robot and it was a man robot. And my brother was like, no, it's a woman robot. And my mum said, it's probably one of those they-them robots. And my brother went, nah, most likely. It is non-binary after all. What a technical funny joke. That's all it was. It was just this I had to point out he was gay because he's allowed to make those jokes. If I say it, I get cancelled. It's the Japanese version.
Congratulations! You have found a bitch!
I forgot I had that sound effect, I'm not gonna lie. I love this song. It's the Japanese version, Shadows. Listen, you ready?
Turn me on like a light switch.
It's the Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Sing it in auto-tune instead. Come on, come on, turn me on like a light switch. It is a good song though. I like the publicity he put into it. He even went on to talk shows and pretended that he wrote it live. And it sold really well. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Yeah, yeah. Like a light switch. Come on, come on, come on. Okay. Okay. C'est la vie. Look at this dude, look what he got. Stuff and destruction and he got. Ooh, look at that. Ooh, look at that. Throw it down. Throw it on the ground. Picking this up so you be frown. Like, what do we do? What the shit, dude? Do it again. Fake ID. That's insane. Look at that. Look at that stuff. Look what it do. Look what he do. Look, it's so cool. Look at that. It looks so. Oh, whoa. Oh, cool down. Okay. Turn around. Look, there's a badger. Badger, 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 badger. Mushroom, mushroom. Look at me, I'm so cool. Look at me, I'm so cool, cool. I'm so cool. Yeah, I'm so cool. Bubble bath and a bottle of cash. Get out of the bed, please. That's not for you. It's for me. It's a block of iron. Get out of the bed, please. What? I am the king.
Bow down before your king. Look at me, I'm the king, bitch. Look at me, I'm the king, bitch. Better than you in the game, bitch. Look at me, I am the king, bitch. Big muscles, big crown. Look at you, big frown. You're not cool just like me. I'm the king since Classic HD. Oh yeah, I'm the king, dog. C'est la vie.
I'm the king, baby. Thank you. Wow. I don't know. I'm low. What do you do? That's hog chop. What? You want to try? Yeah. Let me just grab all of this dirt real quick. I'm rich now. Hey little mama, you heard about me. I'm a papa like a pea, yeah, at a mommy. I can bow down to this man. I will bow down to this man. Take the staff of destruction, bruv. Everybody here's a drink. Wait, what did I drop on the floor? I dropped something on the floor. Oh yeah, the moonshot. Thank you. Stop. Hey little mommy, you heard about me. I'm a papa like a pea, yeah, at a mommy. Question: are there rules on this server right now? Think of the obvious rules, then say yes. They're the obvious rules. Don't cheat, don't be a dick, that kind of vibe. Don't grief, don't do stupid words, that vibe. Progression-wise, do what you want. If it's something that I can't do on stream because you've limited the experience, don't do that. I could probably just make things respawn. But that's probably it. I got some spells too. Are they reusable spells or just single-use spells? To me lately, I've been thinking I want you to be happier. I want you to be happier. When the evening falls and I'm left there with my thoughts and the image of you being with someone else, well, it's easy. This scout can be used as long as it's on a book. Oh, okay. That's cool. Now if we jump together, at least we can swim far away from the wreck we made. Fair. Then only for a minute. I want to change my mind, 'cause this just don't feel right to me. I wanna raise your only for a minute. I want to see you smile. I need to turn it down because that was like very loud. Oh. I need dirt. Hey, K-Dog, do you have dirt by any chance? I've been thinking. Oh no. Okay, that's cool. Have you got a quill on your back? Oh, bro, that's sick. Wait, allow. There you go. I want you to be happier. That is sick. That's a picture right there. Hold on, wait, I'll F1. There you go. In fact, I'll do you one better. There you go. Now that's something that you can screenshot that one. That's for you. Look at that. That's a dog's butt. See? The things I do for people's cinematic shots. Lately, I've been thinking to be happier. We need more. I think we're gonna have to get it from down. Oh, it's gonna snow here though, innit? Oh, that's kind of annoying. I will long go. Did we just take it down one more level? No. We should just take it. Oh, we can take it from over here. Drew, did you mention something before about liking the inside of? I know this was like an hour ago. You mentioned it, but did you say? Do you want to test something? Sure thing. Drew, did you mention something about the? Liking the inside of the mines details? Because, yeah, I agree. We are now stuck with the fact that we have a very good mine, and now we need to live up to those standards. I love the mine. The mine is such a nice place. What was that? In fact, let me change that. Why was that? Let's just see what these guys are up to, shall we? I'm curious to see what they're about to test. Slice. It looks like a weird battle between like Archmage and Archknight. It's a shame I don't have the I don't have my my zoom mod on here. Otherwise I'd be ahead of the game. Right, we should get just a little bit more dirt and then we can start filling in the holes over there, can't we, bruv? They heal. Okay, say less, my dude. Okay, wait, what? Are you using it? Is that a shovel? Oh. Thank you. Ba, saba, daba. Da 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 ba ba ba. Da 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 da. Give me and drop the dirt. Yeah. You did that in 30. All you wanna do is serve me dirty. Oh, whoa, whoa. Da 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 da. When you do it for each other. Whoa, whoa. Da 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 da. Turn me on like a light switch. What? Turn me on like a light switch. Did you see my about Roundtable is a staff only VC? It's Red, the Roundtable is meant to be a public one. We do have a staff VC that we use for HeroCraft. I just think there was somebody who was there's somebody in there who doesn't have speech perms, If you could just give them speech perms, then we can all go into there instead. That's fine. 100% be my guest to lock it up though. Although, like, either change the current one to a staff one, or just have two. I don't mind, but I agree the round table should be locked. If that's the staff one. Come on. Yeah. Chat, you want to see how you annoy someone? Watch this. Shadows, you've got a fat forehead, bruv. What's a hiccup? Wait, am I not picking it up? No. Pick it up. Give me. Come on, behind your dude. Yeah. Do. Something happened to me, I could do. Huh? What are you saying in chat? Oh. I appreciate that. I'm in a dolphin in the dolphin with the sea with my friends. No, don't fall. I got you. Don't fall through in a dirt hole somewhere that you cannot get out. Oh. Okay, now keep going. Now let's keep on top of it. Poof. Using Richie's shovel. Okay. Richie, I see what you're doing with this. I see why you gave it to me and won't miss this. This might be a little bit faster than my current. Gosh darn, it's a Hackams. Yeah? Thought so? Yeah. You get me a kind of govel shovel. A govel? A good shovel. Jesus Christ. Ah! Wait, that's no. The best crime fighting team is Batman and Robin from the DCeased universe. DCeased, by the way. Chat, if anyone knows anything about comic books or anything, DCeased or the Undead Marvels. Oh my god, amazing. Let's just push you. Richie, you need to jump out of that hole if you can, bruv. There he is. A little bit of terraforming never want to miss. Okay, now I want this one specifically so I can go. Nice. Right, let's go sleep. Climb! Charlie, I'm busy on the day you said, but I can't reply yet. Charlie, you want to go for a climb on Tuesday? Charlie, if you can hear me, if you're in the stream and you're lurking or something, just let me look at my schedule for see what time I'm finishing working tonight, because I've got to do work after stream. Just let me. Whoa. And then. Oh nope. Wait, let me. Okay. So once I finish work after stream, then yeah, I should be able to let you know. It's okay if we test how much damage the staff does to you. Hold on. Here we go. Let me heal up a little bit. As long just try tap me with it. I don't want to break all my shit because my chest plate's about to break as well. Go on. You can test it on me. I sacrifice just once though. Nice. That did not hurt me at all. Yeah, that's full charge. Yeah, that's a fully charged. Oh, okay. Give me all the dirt. I just need a little bit of dirt. A little bit of dirt. Better now. Coming up next. Let me see your hands. Better now. Not around. Not around. Let you down. Let you down. You do everything. Oh, oh, oh. Take the bow to him. Right. Something that we gotta do now. We gotta start building up on a house so we can put our stuff away. Okay? Running, 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 running. We need more spruce though. I like building in spruce. One, two, one, two, one, two, one, two, one. Better now, better now. The new SMP I can't find. Oh, let me just fix my shirt. Oh, down. Let you down. You do everything. You do everything. Oh. I can't wait for the new SMP. I just can't find what I'm going to be. Hey, that's all up to you though, K-Dog. Remember, everything to do with the world, the entire... And don't forget, it's not an SMP. It's an RP server. There is a difference. But just figure out what your life is going to be, right? What kind of person do you want to be? Do you want to be a butcher? A miner? It's all everything and more. It's all your choice. Bow, whoa, Time traveling mage hunter, all that. No. Zine, I'm doing the complete opposite. I'm telling them it's not an SMP. Jesus Christmas. Zine, can you retrieve a lost item that went when the server went down? We've got the time it disappeared, just not the item. The item was a backpack that was filled with something. A big ask. Alright. I can try to help with accuracy. Yeah. I sweat. I swear to God, Drew. You're unlikely going to be able to get it because it's forged, not spigot. Ah, wait, fair, bro. Fair, yeah. Oh, that might be an issue. Hey, yo, Pig, how you doing, bro? Ew, Drew is here. Oh, bro, so heavily is here. Like, But I love Drew. We love Drew. I love Drew. I love Drew. Drew loves me. We're a healthy family. Ouch. I need more spruce. Have I already run out of spruce? It's why a sporge. I'm gonna call it sporge. I'm living with that one. It's why a sporge server that fully works has been a bit of a holy grail. Okay. I want to be a nice person that's determined to be. That's determined to get. Oh, you want to be a nice person that gets to point A to B no matter what, but you want to be nice about it. I mean, all the power to you. Whether people or not, that might work. Who knows? Over you too, Caleb. Everybody wants to be a cat. I don't know why that came to my head. What else just came? I mean, what do you mean? Not me. Nuh-uh. Right, let's go. Wait, are you spruce? No, you're oak. I need to... How have we gotten this again? No, stop this. Everything can go away, bruv, innit? Just give me I need diamonds. Where are my diamonds? Give me a diamond, bruv. There you go. And sticks. I just grab one wood. Why not? Bump, 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 bump. Done. Nice. And we can put the sticks away. Nice. Is there anything we can really put away? Yes, that. Get the bucket back because we need it for water. We can put you up here. You can get swords out. Down here we can do that. 68, 84, 100, 90, 100. Arcane essence. These. Okay. We need more wood, and by wood I mean spruce, and by spruce I mean wood. So that's what we're going to get. Oh. And just so happens over there's a spruce forest. Let's go. Unless it's dark, but it looks like spruce. Thinking it goes the biggest thing. Exactly. Knowing what you want to... Why? I don't like it, chat. I don't like the way he looks at me. The way he's looking at me is kind of freaking creepy, bruv, innit? I'm so far very behind everybody on this server. Without a goal, you're going to be in a lost every time. Exactly. Hence by me with Twitch chat. That's why we're here, is it not? Alright, let's go get some more spruce, shall we? I have something for my king. Hello. Give me all the spruce. That's 36 spruce. Do you call that a lot of spruce? Get out of here. Puh. Onto the floor they go. Oh, however, that is indeed worth it. Thank you. Nice. What do you seek? Power, fame, fortune? Or do you just want to make friends and hang around with people? One goal. Exact. So, like, what you need to think about is, like, if you jump onto an RP server, if you jump... Ew, so much of random... Ew. If you jump onto a random RP server, just think, what's your outcome going to be like? Do you want to just hang out with friends? Sometimes it's just better to hang out with friends. I like hanging out with friends on servers. I mean, on GTA NoPixel, one of my favorite things to do is just hang out with friends. Just, like, driving around the town. A little bit of everything. Try find one little bit of a focus, though, right? So let's say you want to seek power, fame, and fortune. Your ultimate goal being power. You'd be like, okay, cool. My main focus is power. right? Arguably one of the best goals. It is. I just like chilling, driving cars. Hamilton is something like a goal. I mean, you can wear a pork head and be literal Hamilton. You know, Hammy Hamilton. Hammy Hamilton. That sounds like a banger name, to be fair. Hammy Hamilton. Or it could be Hamilton being like Hammy for sure. Right, give me all this Bruce. I'm bleeding out on the floor. Oh my lord. I'm bleeding out everywhere. Just don't forget, chat. The only number one. Alright, I'm back. What up, forehead? How you doing? You missed all of the jazz. How are you doing? Welcome back, Shadows. How you doing, bro? How's your night going, dude? Too many late nights grinding on HeroCraft days in. I feel it. Yes. 100. Don't make me want to yawn again, bro. What in the shit in hell is that? I mean, if you want it, wait. So you want? I want power, but not too much for your bad person. I mean, so what? You want to be a nice king? Your goal could be to hit king. Alright? Imagine your goal could just be king. You want to be a powerful person, but you want to be the right king. There's nothing wrong with that. I know a lot of people are going to be trying for king though, or queen, or thing. Get it? Like king. Oh no, wait, that's not, because queen is QUE. Never mind. Them in power. I don't know. Richard Branson. Can't wait for the government to take shape. It's going to be exciting. I know. Imagine like what kind of government we're going to have as well, because like players decide what kind of government you have. It can be a four-headed government. Is there a death penalty? Yes, you get a loss of your soul in like a way. You take damage a lot easier if you die for like 5 minutes. Did you say government? Yes, but it's the government of which you control and like you all form it. So if you don't like a government, make your own the way that you like it, you know? It doesn't have to be like the UK government or anything. Because I mean, Jesus Christ, who likes the UK government? Raise your hand. More spruce! Ooh, you're making me want to yawn over and over because you've mentioned late nights. I'm just trying to come out here and get all of my wood. Oh wait, that's Dark Oak. Never mind. All low speed side in RP. Yep, exactly. Everything okay down there, guys? I'm just mining my wood with my personal bodyguards. Exactly. Every law will be written by players in game by... There we go. By the players. A server built by players, for players, and run by players. Whoa. Whoa, 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 whoa. Okay, never mind. I really thought I'd be able to... What is that? Oh, it's nothing. See, you've made me conscious of my yawning now. Is that a... Oh. How do you... The server rules will... Wait, the server rules will enforce roleplay. Exactly. Protect all players from discrimination to ensure the health and the safety of stays good. Server rules violations will end up in ballot. Everything else, as in laws, in roleplay, everything else will be a law in roleplay, and violation of the law will be handled within roleplay. So if you break a rule of the server, get banned. If you break a law in the server, like you break a law, not a rule, if you can get away with it, get away with it. If you get caught, there'll be punishment depending on what the action is, depends on what the punishment is, and the punishment is decided by the governing law of the server, which is you guys. The entire thing is run by players. That's where it's like, it's joyous. You guys have all the control here. We're just here to make sure that people don't get discriminated or feel unsafe, or make sure that it's not like a hack server in any way. So as long as we can do our job, the rest of it's your job. I think that's what brings a really big part of the freedom of players. Because, like, we loosely have rules on this server. And this isn't really a focus in any way. However, there's little rules. The server, the roleplay server, is going to have all the freedoms. And maybe none of the rights. Who knows? You get out of my bed again. You keep doing this. Quack, quack. Maybe I shouldn't do that. Can we get a little bit of a sleeping thing? I broke a rule on day 3 of this server, the Nether. Ah, it's fine, bro. It was a loose rule just because I want to do it on stream. But it doesn't matter. Can one of you please sleep, please? Because there's 4 of us. We need 2 people sleeping. Thank you. Roleplay creates a really cool world where you don't just play a game, you join a world, you have power, or you don't have power. You can have a reputation, not just as a game mechanic, but by being known. It's really unique experience. Like, take me in. Did I jump out of bed? There we go. Slip. Thanks, K-Dog. I didn't realize that I jumped out of bed. I didn't jump out of bed. It forced me out. I think, like, if you think back to me, chat, when we were doing the GTA streams. Holy guac. If you think back to me being on the GTA streams, right? One of the better things that I was doing on it is, instead of getting my reputation up with my day job, I got in close with all of the characters and all the players on there. Huh? Why? Why am I... I'm covered in stinky honey. Why am I'm covered in stinky honey? That's a mad one. It's just a great example of how damn cool roleplay is. Mater's Motors! Yeah, exactly. Mater's Motors was... I got you, King. Thank you, Drago. I appreciate you, bro. We've got this together as a unit. Mater Motors, this motor. I'm gonna shave you. Like, Mater had, like, one of the best and one of the biggest towing companies on the server completely. I'd been on the server for a week. Okay, now I need to eat food. Right. Let me look inside here. I got 2 honey apples. Here. This is for you. It's a honey apple. It's an apple covered in honey. Right, let's continue with building the house so people can get out of the way. That is true. What's true? I one-shot Richie. Ooh. Whoa. I'm going to stand back. It was, yeah, but it was true though. I don't see you as a king, I see you as a friend. K-Dog, and I see you as a friend, to be fair. K-Dog, what's your followage, by the way? You've been here since like before when I used to play Among Us with Rini. In fact, like, you used to be when I was, like, still hanging out with Brienne before Brienne became a full-time PT again. Can't wait for all the new role players. Oh, I can't wait. Just think, like, Mater's Motors was, like, insane, right? Think of the rest. Right, so that's like this. I'm trying to think of, like, what's the... I just tried to fly. Whoa. Take the knee for him. K-Dog, did you get my waystone? Because if you got my waystone, you can just do it. Everybody should be getting my waystone. You did? There you go. Okay, cool. Which way should I go out from here? I'm feeling like it should be like here. Like that. What do you think of Alaric? Like the name Alaric for the roleplay. I knew what you meant, don't worry. I like the name Alaric. I mean, it's like Rick from Walking Dead, except he supports Allah. Sounds of... Yeah, that's what I mean. I don't want to be that guy, Shadows, you know? What's your last name? Bar? Last name Bar, first name Alaric. I'll say that as a full name. I'm just saying. Alaric sounds good. Ah! What are you doing making me fall down this hole like this? Oh, that just made me think of one of my friends messaging me with a voicemail and I just haven't listened to it yet. That's how he sounds. That's why I say that. For context. Do you have a feeding mod on your backpack? I do not. I also don't have any food right now. That's what I'm struggling on. Alaric, the terrific. You can speak like this when you talk to people. Make you sound suspicious and in charge. If you can pull that voice off, that is. The thing is, I know for a fact, Shadows, that you're just gonna... Can I eat golden carrots? I forget that you can eat golden carrots. Thank you. It's wandering trader. I know for a fact that Shadows is just going to turn into a roadman. After like day 2, he's gonna be like, all right, bruv, what are you doing? You're talking to me here while we're in the street, yeah? What are you doing? Throwing hands up like this? What? You don't do hands like that, yeah? All your food is in your backpack. Oh, 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 Shadrick. I'd say, like, if you look in my game chat, see? So you'd have that instead, like Shadrick, right? Make it unique, you know? Right, Shad, look at that. That's how you'd have it. Shadrick instead of Shadrick. Your name would be Shadrick. My grandfather was a fantasy book writer. So the only thing I'm really, really good at doing is like making characters. No walk. Now, where do we go down from? Do we go? Alaric Shadrick. He does sound like he's a... He sounds like he's a Siberian prince. My name is Alaric Shadrick. I come from down there, around the corner. I live in 205 Block A. He's the one from down the road, run around people, and that's what I've been told. He's the one you don't mess with. He's that one with the kids. Swing the sword, knock him down, put him down onto the throne. That forehead be huge, you know. Yeah. Huh? Fucked up. Alaric the Great. I mean, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Right, give me some of that pork chop beef fat. Hey, look. Shut us. Look at that, bro. Pork chop, bro. Alaric the Poor. I think Alaric the Poor should be what it is, right? Think of this, right, Shadows? This is even not in disrespect. I think your name should be Alaric, right? Like Alaric. Then you can be known as Alaric the Poor, right? And then work your way up. So if you go Alaric the Poor and then Alaric, listen, it's not even a disrespect. It's actually like you start off as Alaric, right? And then Alaric becomes Alaric. He's known as Alaric the Poor or Alaric the Untrustworthy, right? Then you go up to the Alaric the Noble, Alaric the Great, Alaric, and then you build your way up into power, become king. Within like 4 months, boom, there you are. You're Alaric the Great, and you're in control of the palace. Look at this. Because of that, I'm getting blocks of emeralds. Thank you. Thank you. Alaric the Great has been spoken to. Oh, wait. Thank you. Thank you. Nah, he won't. He won't what? Wait, he won't what? I thank you. I will be king. Trust. Richie says he's going to be king, though. Listen, if Richie's saying he's going to be king and you're not, I'm sorry, bro. You might not get this. Huh? What? Heard he was going for Rick? Well, my name is Henrik, you know. Ooh. 1 2 1 2 1 2 1. Gimme. Bump. Yep. Into that, and then we go. Boom. Boom. Yeah, my name is man chose Seamus, isn't it? Yeah, he did. Literally said he was going to choose Seamus. He said that next to you, you dummy. Hold on, I'm going to go grab the bit. I'm going to go... Oh, K-Dog. K-Dog. Right, let's go back up here. Freak. Freak out. Where's the... Oh, there it is. Boom. There we go. Whoa. Did you know I'm the man on the floor? Right, I'll just go for Shados, to be honest. Try find a balancer like Shados, right? Make a name. Don't just go for Shados. Like, go for Shados. So if you look into my in-game chat, right? It'd look like... like something like that. Shados. Cold ton. I mean, like cold ton kind of sounds a bit sus. Oh. Whoa. Fam, he's riding me. I'm just... Drago. Now let me just very quickly... What is that on the floor? Let me just sort this out now. Shadron? Why are you going for Shadron? He was too young. That's an Irish girl's name? What does that even say? Baby. Hi Ella, how are you today? Hello sir, how are you today? I'm doing good, how are you doing? Let me just do a very quick command in chat. Let's go to... Hey Shadows, type hi in chat. Oh wow, okay. I'll take... Okay, I can do that one. Is that it? Good job. You're forgiven. You are forgiven. Just woke up. My place, it's 3:46 a.m. Oh my god, Ella, that's early. Did you go for a nap? Is that even a nap? Welcome in. Hope you're having a great day today. Good morning, if you will. Hi. Look at your name, bro. That's kind of... Okay, I think it's only fair if I do the same thing for fake Shaq. You've kind of both came through today, and I think that you can know that. /VIP for... And Ella, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to this internet. In the... Yes, I woke up at 3 because you have practice. What do you practice? 9. Or is it you... what are you practicing for? I appreciate the follow as well. Welcome to this internet. That's what we call this place. She's just not in the you. Right, let's finish on the build, shall we, bruv? Right, this can go forward another. That looks good to me. An athlete. Archery? Hey, yo! That's really cool. How long have you been doing archery for, Ella, if you don't mind me asking? Love you, Sin. Hey, yo, we got socks on. It's fine. I feel like... Okay, let's grab some... Let's get ready to maybe... Let's take the floor down. And let's replace it with the woods. So that we can start placing chests. You know? It's been 8.5 years. That's actually kind of elite, you know. I rate that a lot. Have you been consistent with it as well? Because if you're waking up at 3... That is... That's heavy. 3 a.m. practice. Where do you practice? In the woods? No offense if that sounds like an offensive joke. Archery is elite. It is. Love you. Love you too, Shadows. You know that, bruv. Right, why am I digging it? Oh, wait, yeah, of course. I'm meant to be digging it all out. Duh. Whack. Japanese version, yes. You get the stuff? No. I'm homeschooled, so yeah, 24/7. I always have the feel for practice. That's actually... Okay, that's insane, Ella. That is... I have no reaction to that because that's just hella impressive. Damn. I mean, congrats to like your family as well. I'm obviously like they must be behind you on it, but that is insane. So if you were homeschooled as well and you've just went, yeah, this is where I'm going. I'm going to do this. And they went, yep, I'm going to back it. No, that's hella cool. I must be really proud of you. And from someone that's got hobbies that turn into careers from years and years of practice, I would say that it's insane that you've kept that amount of discipline on yourself to maintain practicing constantly. So congrats on that one as well. Like a light switch. Down on the barrel and a barrel and down and a down. Like a light switch. Sounds sick. I don't know if you're on about the archery shadows or if you're on about oh, we need to put some coal and stuff in there. Can you link your death words in chat? What do you mean? Oh, okay. I don't know if you know about the music sounding sick or the fact that Ella does archery for 8.5 years. Like a light switch. Right, let's sort this out. You can go, you can go. You can go, you can go. You can go. You can go. I'm gonna sort you out. And I'll place you just on here, just right here. You. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Yeah. And then I think forever. I used to do free running and parkour, if you know what that is. I used to do that. That was my old full-time gig at one point. And I loved every second of it. I stupidly put myself through something. I took too much energy drinks and put too much caffeine through my body, which means I can't really be an athlete as much as I want to be. I probably could if I really put my body to it. However, we're here now, and I kind of enjoy what I'm doing now, if that makes sense a little bit more. If I had the opportunity to go back and do more stuff like that, though, hella 100%. I loved everything about free running back then. There we go. There we go. And there we go. Keep you. You can go there. Do I need anything else? I need water. Oh, that's what I needed. You can come with me, and then I need you for chests. Sorry, I'm dismantling your home, my friend. You and you and you, and then I'll fix you, and then I'll fix you, and then I'll dismantle this. You can do parkour at Minecraft. Exactly. Parkour in Minecraft. This is why we're making servers. That's why we make servers, so that we can constantly do our parkour. The way that we look at the way that I run. You ready? Look at that. It's freaking dope. And then if I want to, if I don't run out of stamina, because I mean it's so accurate to me. Ready? Wait, let me. Oh. There we go. It's meant to do a roll, however, it doesn't do a roll because I'm a magician. Magic together. Okay. Dance with me, Marvin. Dance with me, Marvin. That's right, Marvin. Why you walking all up in that train, clang, 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 and it costs a lot. That's so cool and cute. Henrik is one hell of a guy. What can I say? Oof, that's not where I want to go. Okay, okay. She definitely, I'm a rich now. I shouldn't have made it out of Dark Oak. Hey, little mommy, you heard about me. I'm a puppy like a pea, yeah, and a mommy. Yep, should have made it out of Dark Oak. Now we gotta go get more. Boys hanging low, wanna pop along, laugh at yes, phones ringing, clang, clang, and it costs a lot. And we don't think about the back. Whoa. With the doll. Down low. With the doll. Have to go for a while. I'll be right back. I'll see you when you get back. Ella, get yourself ready. You've got practice soon, remember? Oh boy, having a wood house is a bad idea for this mod pack. We'll be fine. Tap, 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 tap. Tap, 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 tap. If I don't see you by the time you go to practice, Ella, enjoy practice. Good luck. Do you need spruce? No, I need dark oak. Yeah, yeah, balls hanging low. Chains clang, clang, clang. Be happier. You'll see what I mean eventually. Depends if we go into the next mod pack. I don't know. Okay, right. Please, somebody sleep. We need more stone. Oh, it's a rainbow, in it, bruv. Okay, we need stone. I think I threw all the stone away. But we need to smelt it because we need stone bricks at least, bruv. I've been thinking. Okay, that's a furnace. We want the furnaces at least. Did we put you in it? Nope, that's just wool. We can throw. I mean, we can throw the turquoise stuff away. Ring. What can we put away? For a minute. This is not the line to me. Crazy for the spirits. Okay, we need cobblestone. Oh, that's a bridge. That's an Enderman. Hello, Enderman. I've been thinking to be happier. Last year, you're making me. You're making me worry, bless you, for no reason, I bet. I'm gone. I'm gone. 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 Gone.
Lately, I've been thinking. I want you to be happier. I want you to be happier.
I want to chat. Is the. Can you guys actually hear the game in any way? Or in fact, bless you, can you guys hear, or anyone in game, can you guys hear the game over the music? Okay, thank you, thank you. It's the legal line to be. It's an even balance. Okay, cool. I've been thinking. I want you to be happier. To be happier. Gone. I'm gone. I will go on. I don't know why I'm digging this section out, because it's like I'm inviting somebody to live at my house, you know? I mean, I guess I could just invite somebody to live here. How much space have we got? 1, 2, 3, 4. We should stop at the 4th. Yeah. Hello, my sir. We are currently mining stone for our floors. Richie, do you guys have a base yet? I do have a base. Cool. Are you and do you and Drago have the same base? Still don't? Yeah, I know. That's why I'm kind of trying to get the grind down. No, we don't. Okay, cool. Fine base. Do you have an area of which you store all your goods? Yes. Is it a house? Or does it have 2 doors, an entrance and an entrance? No. Yours does not have a door? What does it have? Have you got to teleport in there? You got to die at the front door so that you can respawn at the bed and grab all your stuff. That'd be kind of nuts. If that's true, that's nuts. Hello, I'm back. Hello, back. I'm Dad. Oh, that was a crack on my back. Wait for it.
Yeah.
I'm Stuffy Spawn. Did you go Stuffy Spawn, K-Dog? I think your body's gonna be underground, K-Dog. I reckon Richie's put it underground somewhere. Your mind hurts on what Shadows just did. What did he just do, Shaq?
Congratulations! You have found a bitch!
I keep forgetting I've got that as a thing. There's no way. Bodies last an hour? Yeah. That's what I'm thinking, though. I think Richie's got to have dug underneath it and, like, made it and, like, buried it. Fantasy and started to argue. What? He took you to a random streamer and started to argue with you. Huh? Just in the chat? Oh, Shadows, you can't be doing that in people's chats, you know, bro. How much stone do we need? About 8 stacks total. I think I've got about 4 right now. Oh, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I've got 6. Oh, no, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, I've got 6 stacks so far. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, we need 2 more stacks. Trying to boost the metrics of that streamer. That's a good thing. No, it's a fast track on how to get banned in other streamers' chats. I know the streamer though. I did tell him I love him though. Okay, that's fine if you know them. I have 4 stacks. Oh. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 2 is good. He did make sure that the streamer was okay with it. Okay, that's fine, that's fine. If he's okay with it, then that's okay. Travis is a good guy. I also don't know if this is... What am I looking at, bro? Oh. There you go. What's happening on streamers? He's a goddamn hero. No. Speedrun to get him banned in a random streamer's chat if that was the case. Just saying. Oh, I know where it is. You know where you killed him? Yeah, I know where you killed him. Because it's where I died. It's right here. Holy... What a sad thing to look at everything I did in the past hour. Huh? Lucky, maybe a shithead to you. Okay. Okay. I'm just saying, it's not shithead, it's Shatheed. Hey, yo, Zine, that is mad. Look, it has. It's despawned. There's no body. The power. Oh, yeah, I know. It's efficient. The thing is, it's only efficiency 3 as well. Good luck, my. I know, bro. That I know. That's what I'm saying. Huh? Occam's razor? Someone younged it? What's Occam's razor? The simplest approach to is often the... Okay. Shadron? Sure. It works. Think of it. Excuse? Yes. I have ink. Think, Shadows. What would you name a character in Skyrim? Yeah? I don't have the necessities. The bare necessities, bruv. Let's go to here. Nope, that's not what I want. Let's go to here. Still working on it. Oh, put your spell book in. I don't have... No, I don't have one. It went... Poof, it despawned. A seagull took it out my hand, I think, and just... That was it. High confusion. What happened, bless you? The server's cursed is what I'm saying. Oh shit, chat. We're 5 away from the next sub goal. Jeez. Can't even find your death waypoint. God, this mod pack is just a confusion. Oh shit, all my hair's fallen out. Off my hat. Bear with. Maybe not. Let's maybe not go with Bilbo. I went to say Bilbo Shaggins. Bilbo Shaggins. That's your name from now on. Nice to meet you, Bilbo Shaggins. Oh no. Oh my god, unsensical. Look at you, bruv. back into, there we go. I saw you in the SYD server. That's all it was me mentioning. I just saw you in the other server. Let's make 2 of you. Let's go boom, 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 boom. And let's make... We've got 8, so we need bump. Did he... 1, 2. Do 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 boom boom. Move forward like an inch. Can you make a new one? It's called I'm Bound to. No, I cannot. That's the upsetting thing. It just won't let me make a new one. In fact. Oh. I can now make one. Oh, it didn't let me do it yesterday. Oh, that is so... I'm gonna do that for real. Bilbo Shaggons. I don't think you'll be allowed to do it. It contains the word shag. Even though it means scrap metal, but I don't think you're going to be able to do it. Need time to think about it. What'll be your fake shot? What's your last name going to be? It's going to be Seamus Shack. Like famous Shack. Oh, he can be the tavern owner and he can call himself Seamus Famous Tavern. As in the Seamus Tavern. And he's Irish. He can literally own the tavern. Let's sit down, gonna do anything and everything. Right, let's get some chain. 1 iron and 2 nuggets. Or just the city? Huh? Oh, will the RPB contain to the whole map? Yes. Anything to do with HeroCraft as a network within that one realm, as in the HeroCraft city, the adventures, anything in there, is all going to be roleplay specific. Every single thing. Everything's going to be within roleplay. So even if you go into a dungeon, you need to be in dungeon in character. And when you're underground in there, we use voice mod as well. Voice chat. So when you're underground, you'll be hearing this. There'll be reverb depending on where you are, on what Y level or like how big the cave is. And then if you start walking into a place that has nothing like echo, then you'll go like this again. If you walk into somewhere that is just a little 2x1, just about like a tunnel, a straight tunnel of you mining, and then you go back into the cave. That's how you'd start talking. It's kind of cool. That's why I'm like, do we have leather? We do not have leather. Does anyone have leather? We should really just dump some of this. Iron. More wood. Forgot about that one. Wasn't there more iron? Oh, there's coal. We should do that. Oh, there we go. We need more than 2. Just a little bit more than 2. I can hear that. Just look at those ore. Just look at that amount of ore. That is nuts. Right, let's get rid of the gems and stuff out of our backpack. Just so that we've got some. Oh, I do have some watermelons. That's good. Is that everything that we can take out and put in here? Oh, wait. Gems? No, gems need to be a double chest. And then these. Yeah, and then we can do ores. You. Cool. Nice. Can I live here? Sure, you can live here. You can live here with me. Why not, K-Dog? Considering that you've just lost everything as well. Yeah, why not? Use the stuff in here if you want to. Alright. Just told me he wants the name. He wants his name to be Shadron Among Us. That's. Actually, you know what? Let me just load up that Spotify again, right? Listen to this. Should that not be somebody's YouTube intro? Listen to this.
I'm colorblind, yeah.
Welcome back to today's video. Low gang up for life. Phase the up. It's actually fire. It is though, isn't it? It's actually fire. Look. So watch it. It'd be like here. You ready? And then it'll go. Ready? This is where it is. Here. Colorblind, yeah. See? Dope drop. Dope drop. And they say Sin shouldn't be a DJ. Hey Arva, how you doing, bro? Welcome, Sin. How's your day going? How was work? Right, what have we got here then, bruv? Let me see what to see here. That was loud. You scared me. You made me want to poo inside a little bit. Right, let's go get us some. Oh. I don't like that at all. Let's go get some dark. Where's some dark oak? Honeybees. There's no dark oak. Oh, you've got dancing blades. Here. Let's see how. I forgot about this place. I forgot about this. Sebastian, bro.
Who are you people?
Sebastian, thank you for the raid, bro. Thank you, man. How was your stream, dude? Welcome back. Who are you people? Damn, bro. Welcome, Sin. Welcome, Sin. Welcome, Sin. Good. What did you play? What did you play on stream today? I thought you had my back. I thought you had my back. I thought that K-Dog. I thought you had my back. I thought you had my back. Well, where is that? Let me show you a little bit more detail in a second. Okay, let's go here. Just they are fighting for dear life. Let me just jump into my. Okay, let me jump into bed, and let me go to here, and let me just go to a quick. Hey, yo, chat. You know what? I think it's fair. Sebastian, you've been a long time person in this channel, and I appreciate you massively. So listen, chat, if you're sitting over here, and Sebastian's been kind enough to give us a raid, I feel like it's only nice that we go over, drop them some love as well. So if you're sitting in and chatting, you're wondering, hey, yo, Sebastian, you just raided out Sin. Go over to Sebastian's channel, drop a follow, check out. He was playing Warframe. I've never played Warframe now. Isn't that a free to play game as well? Sleep, 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 sleep. Yes, on Steam. Yeah, I thought so. I do own it. I've just never played it. And Unsensical, I will. Sleep, 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 sleep. Thank you. I'll go back down into that cave and I'll show you. Right. My Fire Knight. Where is Arbetha? Where is what is that watch? You ready?
This is the Temple of the Dragon. Lost long ago, ancient tales of a familiar face. This is the home of the dragon.
This place is terrifying, by the way. I think there's a boss down here. I can easiest said. Oh no. Let me just run away from this. Close one door, open up. Those doors are broken. They should be fixed, but they're not. Allow me to try and get to the place that I know you want to see. This is the terrifying part. Now here's the part where you have to wait to get your stuff back. I know, K-Dog. And that is annoying. I'm sorry, bro. I didn't realize that your stuff would actually be able to despawn. Is that another section? It is. It's a different place. Because I didn't do that. Sugar. This is the most RPG-like area that I've been in this mod pack. Oh, it's a monster. I didn't realize. Oh, I didn't know. I didn't realize. The spin bar, like Breath of the Wild. Everybody says this. I know. I didn't even realize at first. Oh no, I need to run. Yeah, it's a Breath of the Wild stamina bar. I didn't even realize at the time until somebody points out. I was like, oh yeah, holy shock. So we have stamina. It's because like we have like proper sprints now instead. I think it's just better at being more realistic. Please, brother, I just want an idea in it. Look at me. Chilling. I'm a king and I'm hiding from people. Have you got a shield on your back, bro? Oh my god. It's Jason Bourne. No. No. Thank you. What did you drop? What? This is probably the single hardest version of Minecraft that I've ever played. Right, what is down here that we can take? I don't have my arrows. I don't know what I did. Is there a chest in here? Oh, this is... Oh, that... Oh my god. Am I doing it right? Is it pull all 6? Maybe not. I don't like this. Hello. The solar eclipse 6. You want to join the service in? Thank you. I want to see what everyone's eclipse was like. And now we're going to leave this place. Because my back is really hurting. So is my shoulder. I don't have a torch on me though. That's kind of the upsetting part. Thank you. Is this... Thank you. Thank you. Ooh. Anything worthy? Anything worthy at all, bruv? No. Do you have a solar eclipse? No, we did not have a solar eclipse, which makes me upset in the head. So I'd have liked to have seen a solar eclipse. But it's okay. We do have them. You know, I live on Earth. It's just I didn't have one. Oh, today. Oh, my chat, my arm is... I don't know what it is. My arm is just really sore today. My arm is like... It's just resting. It's... I don't know. It's just really sore up here. Oh. Hydrate. Oh. Brother, I am way ahead of you on that one. That is a big bottle of Mountain Dew. Why do I have it? I don't know, really. I really don't know. But I am living with it. What if I, like, rotate all my gear? Including you guys. So it doesn't hurt my arm as much. Let's see how this does. If this looks awkward or feels awkward, I'm just gonna not do it instead. There it is. Oh no. Do I have a pickaxe? I do. This is my spell book. There is my spell book. Oh, that is hilarious. It was in here the whole time. I placed it inside the pestle and mortar. In that case, I can start healing myself again. I really want to... I want to show you... I can't believe I found it, bro. Shaq, bro. Look at you trying to keep up with outdoing Shadows. Thank you for gifting the tier 1 sub,
Shaq
man.
gifted a tier 1 sub to Elo_Ken90. They have given 22 gift subs in the channel.
Look at that. And also thank you, Stealth, for the follow. And Shaq, thank you for the gift of tier 1 sub to Ella, who's only just joined the channel and is already sitting here as a tier 1 subby. No, thank you, man. I appreciate you staying on top. There we go. Is that what you wanted to do? Wait, let me very quickly, let me deal with this little bitch. There we go. I killed him with magic, okay? A little bit. Man, listen, I appreciate it. Thank you so much for the 3 extra gifted. Pushing up to 50 out of 10 for today's goals. I think that is... Chat, how many is it left on the goal for this? Is it... Have we hit the next goal already? But also, Sel, thank you for the follow. Welcome back, bro. I think back, or onto a different account. You did say, however, in the chat before it got lost, was... Ison, hey Stealth, Arvi, you said kind of been lurking, but how goes the stream? How are you? I'm doing really good, bro. How is your day? How's life been going today, dude? Hope it's been good. Hope you've been enjoying yourself. Hey, gotta go. Do you mean telling the mod for me to reset your inventory and all your info for Minecraft chat in Discord? I'll do it. Don't worry. I'll see what we can do from our end. Bye. And Stealth, look at you. You're already a tier 1 sub. Oh. I don't want to do it this way, but I also... Fine. Right, let's see. I forget the way. Do you know the way? Eh? Do you know the way? Do you know the way? How did you get down there? I fell into here. I did quite literally just fall into here. Oh, you're an archer. Oh, no. Oh, my God. 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 Shh.
Dumb ways to die.
Oh, it is.
So many dumb ways to die.
Dumb ways to die. So many dumb ways to die. It gets so dark because he has Oh, it's a depot in there. What is that? Okay, that's cool. He has blinding. He has a blinding arrow on him and he keeps firing me with blinding arrows. God, that was hard for me to say. Why did it not work? I know it's a trapped, but this is also trapped. Give me items. That's so mean. That's a bed. What'd you get? Loyalty 1. Potato recovery. Yes. Projectile 3. Follow enchanting. How high is the ceiling above you? Oh my god, that's a ghoul. I'll tell you in 2 shakes of my nan's tail. Holy guacamole, that was high. That's how high the ceilings are. I actually can't get out of here. Oh my god, this is terrifying. Oh. I don't like this. Why did you? I didn't mean to. Jick, thank you for the follow, bro. Welcome, Sin. I just kill a dog? I didn't mean to jump in. Okay, now we can run. What type of twitching? Bro, I know. Some people just like having... His name could be Richard. That's what I mean. You don't know. La da da da. Right. Let's... There we go. Now we can do it. This is gonna really hurt if it takes me to where I think it is. Da da da. This is gonna terrify me. Since digging down? Oh no, it's okay. I'm not now. I was terrified of digging down though. I was really scared it was gonna happen. That's why I was scared. Yeah, be careful, bro. Oh, this is... I don't like this, chat. I don't like it. Okay, that goes straight down. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. Yeah, it keeps going. Okay, it goes all the way down. We're fine. We're fine. We're safe. This is the... Yeah. Sakaris, yes, this is the same structure. In fact, I don't want to show you properly. I want to show you, like, in a second. I want to be able to get... I need food. Food. There we go. I'll show you properly in a second. Don't look. Chat, don't look. Okay. Now we can look. My spell book is only level 1. Sin, what's going on? Ayo, Dick, how you doing, bro? Welcome, Sin. Hope you're having a good day, man. Thank you for the follow, man. I appreciate it. Give me the mana. Okay, I'm just gonna... I could... Why... Okay, give me this back, please. Are you good? I want to see... Why? Now I can't see. Baby. Okay, cool. Okay, now let's go change it. Saturn Daybreaker. Okay. Well, Shadows, have you ever considered this? This is a structure.
We have one goal. Wait.
Why are we doing it with this music? You know what we should be doing this with? I can't regular Minecraft structures like this because Mojang do not care when they think the community will do it for them. I think that's the entire logic they're going with.
We have one goal. To breathe beauty and life into this world through building. Our current forms limit our abilities to fulfill our imaginations. To realize our full potential, we must achieve the end form. Allow me to turn this frickin' down. The end form is the next step in our evolution. It is our full potential realized. The bounds of our mortal bodies would be lifted. We would be free to build. The end will be granted to us by the one above all. She needs us, her disciples, to fulfill her goal. With our help, the one above all will snuff out the fires of the forest. She will seize all famine. She will save the sick and needy. She will stop danger from rising. She will elevate us to new levels. Together, we will transform this world into a sanctuary for all, free of violence, suffering, and we know this. We have already seen it in the rocks from the sky. She waits for us. With her thunderous roar, she waits for us. With her magical breath, she waits for us. Flying high in the sky, she waits for us. And we will find her.
So I think this is a boss. Hello, Mr. Little Goblin. And Dick, thank you for dropping a like. I was just reading one of the scriptures. But yes, my internet crashed and it wasn't going on again. So just going to go off for today. See you tomorrow. Have a nice rest of your stream. Richie, thank you for coming by. I appreciate you, bro. Where's the boss? I don't actually know how to get to this boss. I am actually still very new to this mod pack. We haven't played too much of it ourselves. However, do we have anything that we can give? We don't have anything to give to the goblin. I'm so sorry, Mr. Goblin. We're going to leave you for now. You, however, thank you for the book. Frostwalker 1. Cool. But I appreciate you coming by, Dick. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Drop a lurk if you can. I appreciate that. Richie, if you can drop a lurk, but I know you can't because your internet's just gone off. However, I appreciate seeing you, bro. Hopefully I'll see you in the Discord server tomorrow. I don't actually know how to get to this boss. If anybody else knows, I am not ready for boss battles. I know for a fact we're not. Hello, Richard. Eggs. See, that's what I'm saying, Drew. Hello, Richard. I thought you were just saying hello. The sound of that cave makes me have goosebumps. Eggs. Isn't that the whole point, though? Have you got to this? Have you fought the second boss yet? I haven't fought any of the bosses yet. We've only just got to a location we can call having a base before I ended up coming down here. I needed to go get wood. And we ended up here. Not even a goblin guy, no. I haven't fought any. We've literally just we've acquired some stuff. And I accidentally found this place while I was mining a couple of days ago. The first one's really easy. I wouldn't know. You beat him first try. You beat a lot of things first try, though. Okay, that is coming down. The second one I have yet to fight. Well, look at this, dude. Drago, is that you, by the way, Drago? Oh, yeah, it is. I can see by the wooden planks. It is coming down. I'll see you later. Sebastian, thanks for dropping by, man. I appreciate it. And again, thank you for raiding. All right, have a great night, dude. Hi, Drago. Last person to leave here wins. He has a Rivers of Blood katana. That's not too shabby, to be fair. How it? You ready? Whoa! Oh, him. Can we activate? Oh no. Why did it do that? Oh, it's only us two as well. You're gonna. Oh. I think we broke it by doing that. I think we did just break the whole contraption by doing this. Gimme, 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 gimme. Gimme, gimme. Right, let's see. Up. Nope. Oh, it does! No, come back! Oh! Well, that's just unfortunate. I did fix it, though. And now it's going up. Oh, it's coming back down. Yes, baby! Yes, baby! Let's go! It's fucking golden! It's coming back. Look at the way it does this as well. Guys, look at my chat and look at like... Look at all the infection covering my... Let's get... Yep. Look at the infection over my... Oh, it's gone now. Never mind. You'll see like when you go into infected areas, it'll cover your screen will change texture, which I think is really good. Do 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 do. Yeah, I think to infect or cursed areas, like your entire texture will change.
Stalwart forgotten hat of the defender.
Okay, a 100% purity Valence gem. I'll frickin' take that, dude. I think it's infected or infested. One of the two. It's an inf something. Okay, now let's get out of this frickin' dungeon. Oh, wait. Mr. Pick. Are you gonna see how we get in and out of here? Right. And now you get to come to this. And you can go back to Henrik. This version of Minecraft just... Especially the server that we're making. Insane. The RP server is going to be so good. Oh. Words cannot begin to describe how excited I am. Right, let's go. Cut. Tough. Diorite. Granite. Scoria. Deep slate. Do you want some easy resources and food? If anything, I need $1. $1 is what I need. Hey. I think what I need is dark oak. If you can either acquire or if you know how to acquire easily, that would be greatly appreciated. Also leather. Your name is Leathery Pick after all, right? Oh no, wait, we don't need leather anymore. We got our boot back. Ooh. Oh. Thank you. Oh, glue. Thank you. Oh, it's so animated as well. It's so good. Right, what do we have in? Okay. Right, let's see here how far away it can go. Oh, never mind. Okay. Is that spruce? Oh, that's dark oak. I'm loving the ambience. Let's see. I'm just trying to make the music levels and game volume okay. Is that okay? Oh, whoa, whoa. I just put a few hours in. I pour just a few hours into the server. I believe. Was that dark? That's dark as well. Nice. Oh, I can't wait for the new server. Hey, Zine, are you around? Drago, if you want to do a 2x2 of spruce very quickly as well, that'd be insane. Oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no. Oh no. Oh my. Oh no. Gotta have 2 saplings. Okay, so do the 2 saplings. And then with the 2 saplings, make a 2x2 out of that wood, because you'll get more. Oh, sugar. That's not what you meant to do. Cool, 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 cool. Okay, so we got all the dark oak that we need. Da 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 da. Okay. So I can put my spell book in here. Okay. La da da la da 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 da. Hi Ella, welcome back. And Ella, look, you are now a subscriber as well. Welcome back. Didn't that work? Did what work? Yes, that's exactly what you needed to do. Oh no, now we've got Padzol. I forgot it makes Padzol. Is Padzol just dirt or is it actual Padzol? It's dirt. Okay, so that's fine. It'll spread. I'm hoping it'll spread. Yes, look at that. Now we're making money. We're making money, Drago. Are you all ready for practice now, Ella? Right. Give me the dirt. Thank you for the dirt. Practice God can't look at this braining right now. If it's nearly 4 AM where you are, that means that you are 3 hours ahead. Which means only one thing. I have no idea where you are from. What country are you in, Ella, if you don't mind me asking? Any other planks? all of the woods, realistically, you know, all of the other ones are kind of, we're gonna need all wood in form of logs. If anything, I do need cobblestone smelting. Oh, no, not that one. No, go away, go away, go. Thank you. So I have to do a yoga class. I used to do yoga a lot back when I was in free running because of flexibility. It's an amazing, it's an amazing form of exercise. From Indonesia. Okay, that's kind of cool. Right, let's grab more dark oak. More than we need. So, wait, are you doing a yoga class at 4 a.m.? Holy guacamole. Maybe my discipline's not that good. Nope, 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 nope. Go away, fat man. Do I need more? I do. Oh, your class started at 7. Oh, okay. Oh, so it would have been... So, okay, so the plan originally would have been that you'd have done archery until like 6, have a rest, refuel, and then you'd have went to yoga at 7. Which is so cool. Oof, I am sitting back a little bit just to let my shoulders are in pain today. Chat, somebody needs to give me a back rub. Who is... I think Shadow should be the one that does it. Yep. Give me the stone. Give me the stone. The stone can go away. Much like this gobble, I need to put in this cobble. Okay, no, I do need to sit up. The camera angle looks awful, to be honest, if I do that. Holy, oh my god. Alright, let's look at the server. Okay, we still got people working, that's good. I'll just watch your stream and play with your cats. Penny, Milo, Cookie, Brownie, Leo, Leon, Fluffy. Holy guac. That is indeed a couple of cats. Are they all the same type of cat? What kind of cats have you got? Ah, it's just half your cats. Next thing you're gonna tell me is, oh yeah, listen, that might be half my cats, but those cats, they're tigers. We can put more. Where's the wood? Where's the wood? The wood is okay. We can put the wood in here. We can go with the stone for now, kind of, I guess. So we can go ba-dum, ba-da-dum, bum, ba-da-dum, bum, ba-ba-ba-bum, ba-ba-bum, bum, ba-ba-bum, bum, ba-ba-bum, bum, ba-ba-bum. And that's okay. Okay, that's fine. Where do you want me to put the stone furnace? The stone furnace? Which stone furnace? What is in these things? We've got 2 here anyway. I adopt them from the streets. That's okay. That's amazing. And you are an amazing person for that. If we're the only 2 on here, yeah, it's okay. We'll sleep through the night because of me. What are your cats? And what are the names? In fact, if you join our Discord server, which by the way, here is the link to it. If you ever want to join there, don't feel obligated to do it. But also there's the link. You can always drop pictures of them in our share pictures tab. And show off your... There's a share pictures tab. You could have a share pictures tabby. I have hoppers to speed up if you want. Okay, we can do that. Oh, that's... oh, wait, no, that'll still work. But the... so, yeah, I'll go hopper and then hopper on the side. Oh, it won't. Just do as you... Do as you were doing. Can you increase the weapon / armor draw ability, by the way? It feels it feels very little. Okay. In the server, on this server specifically, sure. I'll talk to Z and see if we can up things. Let's go to you. Oh no. Oh my. Give me the wood. 1, 2. Nice. Penny, Milo, Cookie, Brownie, Leo, Leon, Fluffy, Darren, Coco, Blackie, Kimu, Kimmy, Melon, Muffin. Rest you just give to someone that you trust. That's really kind as well. That you're not overwhelming yourself to the point where you're like, I can't handle this much pressure. I'll just keep them anyway. I don't want to feel bad. You give them to someone that you can trust, which is hella cool, by the way. I really need to just keep that wood on me. There we go. And then we go here, then we go here, and then we craft our... Oh, we got them. Nice. See, because that's the route I wanted to go. You can go bum 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 bum, ba da 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 da. Just like this. Did your friend just murder a villager in cold blood? I think he did, which is definitely not gonna affect the way that we go towards oh no, other villagers didn't see it though, so we should be fine. Villagers don't have rights. Locals don't have rights. Paulie, I just saw your message inside the Discord server, man. I'm sorry to see that you didn't get in on whitelist straight away. However, I'm glad that you got good feedback that you can work on. How? Okay, I just put it at the... Put this at the front. Get a fine. I wasn't expecting to. Yeah, no, that's fair. I mean, you should never really expect for it to go in first time anyway. However, I'm glad that you didn't take it poorly, and I'm glad... poorly meaning like, on a downer, you know? I'm glad it didn't hurt your mental. God, that was hard for me to try to say. Because being a nice guy is not in my nature. Mate is a ruthless killer. Ain't that right? And I'll do it again. Well, I'm glad you got something to work on now. Did you just pay for the one submission though? Yeah. Meta ain't killed no one. Meta's still... I mean, Meta's still dead technically. Whoa, that's true. Wait, that's true. True, Meta's still technically dead. This HeroCraft thing around the corner, it makes it more okay too. Oh, baby. Oh, baby. I can't wait. I really can't wait. You should actually look at every trade the one trader has, because that's how I got a Luton 5 on a diamond axe. I'm not a fan. Not a fan of Luton 5. Why? I don't know.
It feels unworthy of a man of my stature.
See, Paulie, this is why I'm looking forward to it. It's going to be a learning curve for... It's going to be a learning curve for Henrik, this character. Specifically, it's going to be a learning curve for Henrik. Because Henrik's normally had someone called the narrator.
And this is the narrator, the voice behind the story, the reason he is a mite, and the way that Henrik Lefroy has been wandering the world, taking over and saving lives. This is the way we are. This is life of Terralithia. The Terralithians are safe once again from the loyalty of people and IR. And with that comes to a conclusion of our story. This is not the end of our heroes. This is the beginning of their story. Thank you, and have an amazing night, one and all.
So Henrik normally has a narrator going over, and as much as I love that, I think, Drew, I would like to know your opinion, right? What's your opinion if I half RP, half narrate, right? And I'm not saying narrate whilst in RP. I mean, instead of doing the whole talking to chat and roleplay. Boo, you're not liking it. No. Hear me out. I'm saying roleplay 24/7 in the server, but instead of communicating with chat during the stream, I instead go from RP to narrator rather than RP to Sin. Or I can do all three, but do you know what I mean? It's like I at least can narrate what's going on in the world at times.
Using the narrator's voice.
By the way, I do go heavily American when I do that. You should just roleplay 24/7. I am wearing a king's crown. Do you guys want to know, like, okay, look, we're nearly 4 hours in, so allow me to shed, do you guys want to hear what the narrator's voice sounds like without the voice effect? Like, talk to your girlfriend in Mater's voice. No, because my girlfriend hates Mater's voice. It makes her cringe. She tries to be all cute and like send me messages being like, oh, you look really cute today, or like, oh, you look really hot today. And she sent me a message once when I'm trying to be really nice to you. She's like, I'm trying to be nice, but that Mater voice really just gives me an ick. I'm like, yeah. Yeah, I get that. Because my name is Mater. When I walk around and talk to my friends like Mater, you know, it just slips out like that, you know. It's sometimes you gotta get a little greasy. Yeah, she hates it. Does your wife really? Oh my god, maybe he's just not a ladies man. Maybe it's because Mater reminds everybody of someone that they used to know or they used to date. Who knows? Maybe your wife just dated a hillbilly once, like when she was like, I don't know, 19. Maybe not. I hope not, because if it's been like too long in your relationship, then it's like, then it looks sus. Then no, that's you. See, you're the hillbilly, and that's why she's like, ugh, that could have been me. And she's like, no, it can't be you, because that's me. Yeah, nobody like. I think he's not a killer with the ladies. He's a killer with the viewers. He's a killer with the story. But
the narrator.
You got married at 23, bro. I wish I had my life that in order. I was being music man. My friend say loves Polly. I bet she does. I bet she does. The ruffian from Vice City Prison. Ooh, baby. More than you. You go to bed. She's like, shut up. Don't talk to me. I'm gonna say Simon for privacy reasons and be like, Simon, don't talk to me. Bring Paulie out. And you're like, well, I'm gonna lock you up and shock you in a minute if you don't shut your mouth, bitch. And she's like, it was in, oh wait, it was in order. I knocked her up and joined the military as I had no choice. Okay, look at this. And now look at you, king shit. My life was definitely in as much order as you, baby. Don't worry, I got you, babe. As my dad will always sing, I got you, babe. That's his and my mother's song. 07. I don't know why I'm doing that. I wanted to fight you. Me and Drew. Imagine Drew and I fighting. Would never happen. Even if Drew and I met, if I actually became a military man like my plan was meant to be, if I became a military man and then started speaking to Drew IRL, I'd have been like, oh yeah, we're mates. Cool. Hey. Oorah.
Oorah.
I feel like I'd have said oorah rather than God Save the Queen half the time. If we met and I didn't yeah, exactly. If we met and didn't start making out, I don't know what we're doing. I mean,
what?
I don't know what you're on about, bro. I don't know what you're on about, bro. I mean, totally do though. Super sus? Nah, bro. Nothing sus about that. We had socks on. We had a pencil in our butts. Sin, do you have any more golden carrots? Do I have any more? Make sure you can look at my screen anyway, but the answer is yes. Oh, you right. So what I wanted to say was, wow, my game is like picking up a couple of frames here. What I was gonna say was, You know the...
The narrator of HeroCraft, the voice behind the story, the reason why everything is the way it was and the way it was is how we spoke. Right?
As my game just crashed. My game crashed. Well, that's not good. But listen to how it is. Shadows, you're about to witness something, right? So, listen to this, right? This is my narrator's voice with the voice effect.
My name is Henrik Lefroy, and this is the story of how I became. Now you'll be wondering, how did you get here? And now, we wait for the Tomorrowlands and Tomorrowfall to hit you with no evermore.
Now, I'm going to say the same, like, I'm going to speak, but I'm going to turn it off halfway through so you can hear my real voice. Now listen to this.
My name is Henrik Lefroy, and as you know, this
Is the way I talk, and when I talk like this, you cannot understand the way I walk, the way I talk, and the way we live our lives. Because of this, we
are the way we are, and
without that, that is the way I talk.
without the narrator voice.
I have to put so much energy into that. Are you sure you're not just an American? Why does it sound so good in voice change but like nerdy without? I have to practice my American so much to get that voice right. Because
If I was to sound like a narrator in a British accent, it would not nearly sound as good as it does. But if I was to turn it into an American narrator, it sounds more like a story and less like a narrator.
narrator. Yeah, instead of a narrator, it's a narrator. So that's like the importance of this voice that I put on is insane. Now do it in Cockney.
Now, if I was to walk downstairs and talk to my wife like this, she'd probably not gonna talk to me again. Because I can't do it anymore.
It doesn't pick up most of my voice if I do it in like a Cockney. Also, why is my game all of a sudden freaking out? This sounds like Yugi Scouts. Hey yo, you know that?
Hey, yo, you know that every time I walk around the corner, you know, and pull out one of these weapons, whoop-bam, I pull out an axe. You know what happens when I pull out an axe? Whoop-bam.
Nah, I can't. But there's a downside to when I do narrator. When I do narrator too often, my voice starts to get like this naturally. So I have to really force my voice up. So I have to talk like this more, which means I'm pushing my throat up, and it ends up like really screwing with my vocals when I go to bed and stuff. And then I wake up the next day and I'll talk like this when I wake up. So it's kind of good, kind of bad. Also, my game's pulling like stupid frames for some reason. Let's fail like this. See the way that I just started speaking exactly like that. So it's not all sunshine and daisies. But that's the difference between narrator and me. And then that's where the difference between Henrik Lefroy is going to come in. Which I don't know what Henrik's voice is going to be like. I mean, let's
see if I can do it.
like this. I mean, is this robotic? Does this sound robotic? If I was to speak like this, can you hear my real voice? Is it two-toned? Because I can walk around like this and talk like this all day. My name is Henrik Lefroy. Hello, my friend, and thank you for the feeding upgrade. You see what I mean? Does that sound two-toned? Feeding the player. So I just put the carrot in here, then I can feed myself. Is that what it is? Paul's voice gets a bit draining as well. Yeah. Organizes more of a deep and raspy. Should be fun. I'm looking forward to listening to what he is in character. I can't wait to look for a less not like an anti-GTA. Not to say anti-GTA, but does that make sense what I mean? It's like you're not confined to just being an American kind of thing. I think it defaults to only when hungry. Oh, okay, cool. Let's go to here. Oh, I want to put this in my offhand. Put this here and then go. My name is Henrik Lefroy.
My name is Henrik Lefroy, and you might know me from HeroCraft, the server and world of Terralithia, the world of adventure, the world of Suffer Gone More, and the world of Telltale Adventure.
That's the voice I'm going to be using in the trailer, by the way, Drew. Right, let's get some glass in here, shall we? Because God happened. Imagine me just pulling out Meta's voice in the trailer. Welcome here to HeroCraft. Let's go. Oh, to be fair, that'd be so fucking funny. Oh, that'd be so jokes. Right, I need a shovel, Drago. Do you have a shovel? Just narrate with Meta's voice. Oh, that's funny. Do it at the end of the trailer. Listen, we do like the full trailer as
Welcome to HeroCraft, the server where the story is as you make it.
And at the very end go, goodbye! And then end it and be like, this has been Mater. Thanks for playing in HeroCraft. See you later. That'd be actually give it back. Fine. F you. Later, Mater. Later, Mater. See, Meta is such a good character. I miss him, but at the same time, like, this is gonna have too much priority because this is gave you full durability one. Okay, cool. This is different. This is something that we've never done before. Minecraft, yes, but this is something that we've never done. Like to this level of severity. Drago, let's go get some sand. Now where
is some stone? Never mind, I mean, where is the sand? I said, where's the sand?
That hurts. That one down because I had to go raspy. Do I have my bucket on me as well? Get a bucket and a mop. Food is wet. Put. I don't have a bucket. Do you have a bucket on you as well? Later, Mater. Later, Mater. It rhymes good, it's true. No. So, now my voice is just getting naturally raspy. Okay, never mind. Never mind, I'll find someone like you. I don't have a bucket, it's fine. I've got... with the raspy, don't worry about the cough, it's fine. Nah, don't worry. I don't need the rasp. I'm trying to avoid the rasp, if anything. Because I'm a level 8 vocal coach. Well, I'm level 8 qualified singing, which means I'm a vocal coach. So I really shouldn't be focused on making the rasp. It's okay, don't worry, Draco. I'm going to put a waystone down here. And we can just TP up and down if we need to. Why you've got slowness? Sin law unlocked. Yeah, it's not like... I don't hide it. It's just... It's not really a part of my life anymore. I was a musician before this. And a darn good one too. Maybe it caught the tism. It might have caught the tism. Who knows? My sheep is autistic. And that's the line I'm sticking with on next week's episode of HeroCraft. Can you teach everyone to do roleplay voices? I can teach people to do accents and like teach you how, like which part of your voice is needed to work on specific parts of voices to make it work, if that makes sense. So if you want to talk like raspy, you need to dig and then you need to just like picture what I'm saying, right? You need to dig backwards and then down to really get like a rasp on your voice like this. The more you talk like this, the more it'll go, and you need to push your throat down. And when you start doing that, you start to get like a croaky voice. I did chorus and musicals in high school. That's kind of cool. And Rocky Horror. That's okay. That's cool. It wasn't something I ever wanted to. Okay, that's fair. Well, Rocky Horror. That's cool. Please tell me that you play Frankenfurter in Rocky Horror. Please. Please. Even if you didn't do it, just tell me you did it. It's fine. I'll be okay with it. You know? I mean, it's whatever. Transylvania. Bum bum. Cause he's a sweet I have to censor it now because Twitch is stupid. You don't have to do a voice. Yeah, exactly. You don't have to do a roleplay voice. It's beneficial if you do. Do I have music turned off? Let's just do that. There we go. Yeah, I don't have you don't have to do a roleplay voice, but it just helps if you want to do it. Or it's like I tell people practice if you don't have a full English accent, like American/English or English American, try practicing your English American, because a generic American will probably be the better one. And it's like, we're not doing medieval fantasy England, so like you don't have to be very lore specific. It's just, it helps to be in character, you know. Don't do a voice unless you can do it without harm. Yes and no. I don't really care about the health of my voice as long as I know how to recover afterwards. Plenty of honey, chat. I'm absolutely not doing a voice. Like Aaron. Okay. Okay, turns out I'm not doing that. Maybe I am just turning the music up. Like Aaron. I'm 100% doing a voice. So I should RP as German that speaks no English. Me. You could tell people that you are that you're mute. You know, you can just write notes to people if you don't. So this is what I mean. It's like you can write books to people and just like write in the book and give it to them and be like, read the book. I can't speak. How much you need? Let's just go for like an inventory. Or until we get enough that we're like, shit, my inventory is full, you know? I may use a voice changer for some characters, I suppose. Well, I, for one, I'm going to be doing a voice when I walk, when I talk, when I'm communicating with other players. I think it's only right if Henrik has a voice, you know? Imagine robbing someone using writing in a book. This is the robbery. Oh, where's the waystone? I'll place it now, bro. Don't worry. I'd call the guards. What did he say to you? He didn't say anything. He wrote it. What? You heard? I think he didn't. He can't speak. That's not how it works. Let's say the beach. Let's go to the beach. Let's go get away. In fact, Scene, how much difference is
This to my voice. Does this make me have a two-tone? Or does it just lower my voice a little bit? Like, if I talk like this, is this an okay one? It's two-tone. Okay. Now, what if I do this? Is this better? 2 is better. So right now, is this two-tone or is this... Let me turn the music off. This... Oh no. I guess it's got to be this. The correct voice. I see what's wrong. It's the echo. So if I was to talk like this for the rest of my life, I'd be okay. I would get a job narrating a voice for a book. But closer. I know the issue. If I go down to this and turn my voice up, I think this. Demon Lord, this is Disney Channel. But it's a bit much. Yeah, I agree. I think I am just going to stick with Henrik's generic voice However, when the time is there, I think we should add a narrator, because during the time where I record the trailer, when I record the trailer for HeroCraft, this will be the voice I use to determine to the players and the viewers at home the real experience lies for when the player is feeling themselves. Let this be a message to all. My name is Henrik Lefroy, and I will see you in HeroCraft.
Zine, I can't wait to make this trailer, bro. I really can't wait to make this trailer. Oh, is it going to be so... Listen, it's going to be so good. The trailer's going to be... It's going to perform so well. Oh, you just don't get it. Demon Lord, the server's really going to make... What trailer? When I film a trailer for the new server. I can't wait for any of it, but I'm still placing spot. There's no fucking way you're doing that still, bro. Hey Ibs, how you doing, bro? The new server that we're building, it's a very top secret Minecraft server that we're building that is going to be insanely successful because of what we're doing in it. And I can't wait to build the trailer once we get all the building and stuff out of the way. It's going to be 6 hours in. 6 hours. Like, is it going to get back one? Yeah, there is. Do you have an anvil? I do not. Oh, wait, no, I do. I do. Do I have it on me? It's at my base, but I don't think you need experience to travel to the base. Is how you doing today, bro? Lol. I want to help with the trailer too. Oh, 100%, that's fine. Anything, I need the help with it. Main thing we're going to need is, like, getting people to actually, like, send it to people. That's one thing I need to do. I need to see how many people we can get to watch it. You have too many secrets? Nah, what do you mean? It's not really a secret server, okay? We're building a roleplay server. Much like what you see people do with, like, let's say, for example, you see GTA roleplay. The characters in there stay in character 24/7. They live a life. They do what they like to do. This is kind of the same vibe. Minecraft, but roleplay. You join in. You get a job, you live a life, you make friends, you make family, you start a family, get a house, you know, start groups of friends, start heists, become king if you want, or queen, form.
In fact, you know what? Let me do it in character. You form relationships. You form your own characters. Your life will start from the second you get off the boat. And when you're there and you settle down, and you've made your friends and started your life, you will realize that it was never just about the game. It was about the people you met in the world. HeroCraft is the beginning of much, and for some, might be the end. But never let that take you away. Because while you're in the mines, chopping down trees or earning coin in another way, if you find coin, make it however you will, abide the laws or break them, make a government or collapse a kingdom in your path. You can find it all in HeroCraft. Terralithia awaits.
I think I will talk in this voice 24/7. I will talk in this voice 24/7. If it means I can narrate and make trailers 24. Chat, I'm gonna become a narrator. So your server you're playing is public. Right now it's public. Yes, it's a Dawncraft. It's Dawncraft. We are playing on Dawncraft right now. This one is a public one. You guys, yeah, you can join here. That's the IP address. Just download Dawncraft 205. Join in there. Woo! We're putting slave hours into this dance. We really are. You have no idea how much hours we've put in The server had been up for like 25 hours. And Drew and I had put in 25 hours. How do you get these texture packs and stuff? CurseForge is the easiest one I can say. Sin, yes. Oh. Oh, we're mining now, baby. Who's Drew? One of the admin. Well, I don't. How, Zine? How do we just? Just gonna say the three of us are just admin. So up to date with everything. Yeah, I'm cranking out the list of custom code too. I'm impressing even yourself, and I'm impressed by you, Zine. I really. Oh, I very much am. This is next level stuff what you've been doing. However, to answer, adoption, yes. By starting a family, like, you know, adopting. Oh, Jesus Christ, I'm not doing any of that ELP. No.
In this world, only found by reproduction, the form is adoption. Exactly. Imagine starting a family, a friend, a partner, or even your pet. The world awaits.
Prompts enabled, it's fine. Do whatever you want with it, it's fine. There's no server side. Everything's just, it's just a big mod pack. Just until we get the main vibe going, you know? Right, let's go to Henrik. It's free to travel to there. Also, we need to sleep based on like the time where the moon is. It's gonna go down. Nice. Oh, my hair is falling out. I'm such a noob. Hey, don't worry. My hair is all coming out of my hat. Go back in. There's a reason why you tucked away. It's because you're a mess today. Nice. Oh, wow, that is raspy. Nice. Oh my. It's not leaving. And going into the chest. Okay. And by that default factor, I will do this. I will even do this. And this. And even, at times, I will do this. Try text you on Discord later for help. Hey, don't. Yeah, that's. Don't worry about it, man. You're on your phone. That's fine. Don't worry. Trains arrived. Keep you updated on the server, and if you want me in character in the trailer or whatever, 100% down. I appreciate it. We're gonna try populate the server as much as possible, especially when we do the trailer. But enjoy, Paulie. Enjoy your day. Safe travels. Be safe. All those thugs out there, be careful, bro. The truck can be dangerous these days. Have a good night. Later, dog. Later, mater. Later, mater. 4 or 5 hours after. Ooh. I'm sure. And Paul is tier 1 as well. That is naughty. Nice. Not naughty. Let's get a spruce. And let's place this. Nice. How much sand did you get, by the way? Did I just organize it and just make your life horrible? I'm sorry. I did. It's out of habit. 1 2 and 1 2 and 1 2 and 1 2 1 2 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8. I was organized by percentage of power. I don't. I really don't. Look, if you look at my screen watch, I do just do this. I just auto sort. So you don't need to worry about that. Also, Ib, he's talking about his trains arrived, meaning he's just arrived into GTA roleplay. Oh, you know? Okay, cool. Oh my god. Now, What should we do now? Is this your little depository, by the way? Is this Drago? Is this your chest and stuff? I'm curious to see what your spells are. Level 4 healing? You should go kill the first boss. That is a good point. Let's do that. I need... Oh, it's... okay. It's Kadon. Kadon, I'm going to pay you back, bro. I want to get a better heal. I want to see... I want to test this on stream to show people. Right, let's see. So you do this. Then, is it this? Do I put it here? Select the spell? This one. Do I need ink? Is that the thing? The only annoying thing is that we are all sent to the same first boss area. Oh, you have ink? Wait, I think... Do I have ink anywhere? I'm sure I had uncommon ink. It might be on the new server, though. That might be the really annoying thing. I think I threw it away. Chords I linked in the chat. Do you want to go there? It has a lot of free loot. Yes.
We will go there. We will achieve the loot. And we will. Where is it? Excuse me, but that is 3,000 blocks away. Nice.
Right, what can we take for a sword in that? Okay, it's where you got all your food and resources. Okay, cool. Right, let's see. We need to take some form of sword. I guess we can just take this one out of our backpack. If it's free loot and resources, then I think realistically we'll make a double chest like this. And I will just I'll just dump my gear for now. Boom, boom, boom. Over here. I'll go you, because you're from there. You can go there. You can go there. Doom, doom, doom. Nope. Next one goes to here. Boom. And then go boom. And then go boom. And then go boom. And then go boom. And cool. Now. Bump. Arrows. There we go. I'll take the arrows. That's all I realistically want to take with me. Where's my diamond axe, though? There you go. I'll keep this. Is there anything I want to take with me while we're there? Food. Oh, and this. Sugar. Common and rares. Okay. Let me pick. There we are.
We must venture out. This way. This way. This way. Do I have a paraglider? I do not.
Not anymore. Oh, wait, no, I do not. I used to. That's where I'm thinking back to. I did have one. But I reset when I reset on the server. Paraglider. Paramore. What is it? 5 sticks and 3. Okay. There's 2. And look at that. We found one. Right, this way. Onwards and upwards. Huzzah, beans for breakfast. If there's one thing I don't want to do, it's go near the annoying this thing here. That was hella annoying to go near before. I died like 7 times there. That was very... Oh. Thank you. That's a new waystone. Let's go. Ah. You guys... Huh? Excuse me, love, but you can't be doing that. You're freaking out the neighbors. Hey, Zine, what is this? No, do not kill it. Do not kill it. I just want to know. What is she? I wish I had some food. Beats me. But that's what it's like. I want to know what she is so that we can make these. Oh. There's nothing in here. There's also nothing in here. That is sad. Either way, let's leave. Oh, my lord. La, 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 la. Nice. Oh, yeah. Oh, I got chicken nuggies. This is cool. Nope. Sorry, Drago. Oh no, villagers hate me. Villagers do not like me. Oh, rotate my keyboard, please. Oh my... Oh, I need to figure out why my shoulder hurts so much when I play this. Whoa, what are you? That is... Ew. It's a white creeper. They are weird. Oh. That's a zombie. And that's a stray. Oh my god. What is that? Okay, we are getting closer. We've covered 1,000 blocks already, to be fair. Hello, Mr. Villager. Please don't kill me. I'm just passing through. I'm just passing through. Give me, go, 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 go. Go, 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 go. I did, bro, I wish I knew. They've just never liked me. Excuse me? I'm just gonna leave. Did you loot the chest in the village? I did on the first day. There he is. My guy's just chilling. It's fine. I'm being made out with by a spider. I don't. Why does spider? Why does he not do anything? I just find chainmail leggings on a spider. You can pay emeralds to make up for it. Yeah, I know it now, but they just really don't like me. I logged into the server. I was like, oh look, we're right next to a village. I took their goddess statue, and they did not like that for her. They were like, nah, bro, give it back. I was like, nuh-uh. They were like, uh-huh. I was like, nuh-uh. And now they hate me. Sleeping through the night. Nice. Sleeping through the night with Henrik Lefroy. Hey, look, it's another player. Hello, other player. And let's just get rid of you. We'll meet up with whoever that is. Oh, what the shit? Excuse me? I would be nice to you. He is powerful. That's not a friendly player. I've noticed that this is not a friendly player. Who is this? I'm going to leave you. He is powerful. Ow! Please leave me alone. I would like to run this way. I'm on a mission to walk 3,000 blocks, okay? So let me just run this way. Ouch, it's cold. Without you. That's also cold. Jesus. You can't level up without it. Oh, I have about 15. Do you want one? I took all of the goddess statues, even the purple statues. Yes? Ah, okay, cool. Noted. I nearly threw them all on the floor as well. Sorry. Took me so long to find one. Yeah, I did. I was like, oh yeah, these will be cool decorations. So it's not decoration is what you're telling me. Because if that's the case, I am so sorry. Am I though? Kinda. If it took you ages to find one, I mean, they're like the most important thing. Oh. On the plus side, now we have like 15 of them. Wait, where are you, Dryo? He died. Oh, now it's pulling like what? Now it's loading everything back in. I'll stay for a bit before I go. I'm so happy you'll stay before you go, Shadows. You know what? It is mad though. Shadows, I have to give you two your credit. Both you, Shaq, and obviously everyone else that's donated so far today. But you guys did get it dangerously close to the goal before tomorrow. It's like tomorrow is the end of it. So I have to give you guys kudos for it. You got close. What have you been up to anyway, Shadows, tonight? What games have you been playing? I have a bucket of water. You know what I can do while I wait? If the game will even let me place this water. Is that an iron? There's no way my... I know what to do here. Oh, and I'm just chilling. We have to go in a couple of minutes though. There's no way you're getting an early night at 2 a.m, bro. Really? I'm proud of you. Let's grab that food. Let's put you away. Is there anything else I can take with me on this journey? Anything else that I can find that is worth me taking in an anvil? Can I not use an anvil, by the way, because I don't have knowledge? Or do I need knowledge in order to do it? My name is Optimus Prime. This is a message to all Autobots. I'm trying to learn my Optimus voice.
Without needing to do this, my name is Optimus Prime. Earth has become our home, our voyage for sanity, and our hibernation point of reference. This is a message to all Autobots. Roll out.
So where is this dojo? Yo? Never mind. Oh, I knocked a bottle. Duh. Panicked. Where is the dojo then? I'm just watching him getting closer to me. Oh, it's there. Okay. So if that's there, where am I? Oh, it's still so far away. Ha! That is true, Shadows. In fact, Shadows, allow me to say it for you in character.
Fake Shack, this is a message to you from Shadows HD. You might have won this time, but that leaderboard will be mine. I belong on the top. You belong on the bottom. Be wary, Shack. That leaderboard is mine.
Is that okay for you, Shadows HD? Yo, let's go. There's still so much to... You said you're here and then you went, no, wait. Why? Oh, you've got two? Right click. As Mario once said, let's go. Although you have to defeat the Sentinel or find a village to teach you how to do it. Okay. You can chain it. If I'm not in a forest that's loading for the first time, I would. But the loading is making my game freak out. The game freezes and I nearly die because of it. Okay. Ah! My game froze at the worst time ever. There was a bear. Hello there, boo-boo. It's a lot more laggy on your end. Yeah, I know. Is it just for you guys? Do you guys like is it lagging the stream, or is it just like I'm dropping the game? Is the game just freezing out a little bit? Isn't as bad for you. Okay, just go for him. Okay, cool. It's just the game. Okay, cool. It's just because this is somewhere that I haven't loaded before, and because it's not a pre-rendered server like the new one. I'm loading in new chunks. So that is all that is. Oh, Mr. Pig. Let's go, baby. Let's go. Go. Just the game. Lovely shit. Oh, yeah, because look, I'm moving. Oh, okay. Maybe not. Okay, no. Okay, no. I'm going to stop that. Drago, stop. Drago. Yeah, don't do... Okay, listen. It's the rain is what it is. It's the, it's how much the rain is doing. It's a big fish. I really wish I could do game lagging, but yeah, I know. I'm aware. Oh my god. That is mental. That is something. Okay, so Minecraft rain is the worst thing to ever exist. Just gonna stand here for a second. Listen, give me one of these logs. I don't care if your guards are after me or not. Just allow me to please just let me move. The game is having a heart attack. You can do that for a second, just while the game catches up. And then we'll be okay. Try turning your shaders off. No, turning my shaders off when your encoder overloads is the worst thing to ever do. Right now stream be froze. I know, don't worry. Listen, I understand. When Minecraft rain hits with as much detail as it is, it's because I've got I fixed my computer overnight, basically. So now I can run all my like proper settings and everything. However, I think, whoa, why is that the way it is? You should be different. See? I've got everything on. Fancy, everything's on. And the thing is, we're no longer like getting encoder issues on it. I think it's because we're forcing Minecraft down is the reason why it's having a hard time. However, chat, let me just run to the bathroom. I will be right back. Listen to music. And in fact, you know what I will do? Yeah, you see, now it's freaking out because Minecraft's freaking out. Oh Lord. Hello everybody. Hey. Okay, here we go now. Dropping it down to the flow now. Can you feel it in the oh now? Feeling it down in the oh now. Now it's okay, cool. Okay, so now we're back. Okay, see, click, everything moving great, and the audio is great, and the video is great. Look, Minecraft is working great again. Cool. Right, bro. I just got a trauma. I watch a small streamer, and he makes a sheep and hot dog. Huh? I watch a small stream, and he makes a sheep and hot dog. And I say, mother sheep, daughter sheep, and who is father? And he says, the father is the hot dog. Oh my god. Let's hope he didn't eat the hot dog though, Ella. Right, chat, just listen to this music just a couple of seconds. I'm just going to run to the bathroom. I'll be back in 2 shakes of a, I want to say a lamb's tail, but daddy sheep's dead. I'll be back. And Ari, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome, Sin. Welcome to this internet. How you doing today? Sorry I was gone while you followed. I did see the notification pop up as I was just walking off. I just went to the bathroom. And now we're back. But how are you doing today? Welcome, Sin. Okay. Hear me out, chat. Here we go. Back to the game we go. Oh, she a freak. Yeah. Freak out. Okay. That freak. Maybe try relogging. It's not. It was fine. It was fine. Look. It's the Minecraft rain really makes my game freak out because it's on the max kind of resolution it can be. We've got a mod to make it look as good as it can be for Syntrosity HD. There's too much going on. That's all it was. Oh, and then I just fell. Dum bum dum dum bum. Zibba dabba 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 bee. Zibba dabba 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 bee. Dabba da dabba da dabba da zabba da dabba da da dabba. Zabba dabba dabba. T-pose. Zabba dabba 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 ba 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 da ba. Zabba dabba 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 ba. Bit ba 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 ba. Da ba 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 da ba 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 da ba ba da ba da ba ba Bida bida. Bada ba. Dabba 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 ba. See a freak. Yeah. Freak out. This is BB No Money. And I think it's Moist Critical. Yeah, it's BB No Money and Moist Critical, which I think is an amazing combo. I like that BB No Money's like made friends with all these YouTubers. He kind of woke up one day and went, wait, I'm famous. I used to love all these YouTubers back in the day. And he just reached out to all of them and went, let's go. Trying to live like a 50 cent in a candy shop, trying to lick my lollipop. What a line. Okay. She a little freak. Ah, freak out. Ah, freak out. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Sip it on the creep, sip it on a David, the bits of a beast, freak out, yeah, sip it on a David, the beast, the beat, the beat, the beat, the beast, so beat bar, sip it up a beat bar, I'm a double beast and the guitar, sip it up the guitar. And then also this song. Is it the Japanese version now? No. Yeah. All you wanna do is straight daddy. Momo. Each other. Momo. Hypnotize. Night. With Rivers of Blood, hit right click and a lot. Right click a lot to chain it while we are not around anything. And I just place all my torches because of that. Quack, quack. I wanna be each other. I don't look back and I don't like that now. I look up in the hypnotize. In the different light. And I turn with a I'm not one lie. Like a light switch. Quack. Every time I got it alone and I get the light hits. And again, I keep on you turn me on like a light switch. Quack. Doing the body alone. Keep on you the me. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, me I get you. Yeah, yeah. Turn me on like a light switch. I can know in the body and down and down. Whoa! Oh, it's a paraglider. Oh my god, I really thought he was flying. Whoa. Come on, what you do. Nope, let me out. Nope, let me out, please. Alright, let's go. We've got loot to get, brother. Get set back. There's a worm so nearby that you placed. Fuck. What was that? Oh. Wait, what was that? A creeperling. I don't like that. That's a lingering potion. Oh, the effects around here are just killing me off. It's go. Oh, it's raining again. Drago, if you can find a bed very fast and sleep, I will love you forever. Otherwise, we're gonna have the same problem we had before. Boom boom bow 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 bow. Oh, I just want it, please. I just want it. If we can just please just... I'll do it. Jesus Christ, it's Jason Bourne. Is there any... What are you? A hunting post? Give me my torch back so I can see in the dark. Refresh. Refresh your stream. I might die here because there's some iron golems and this is killing me. Chat, I wonder why we recognize this place. Drago. Hey chat, does anyone know why Drago's brought us here for some free loot? God, this is a very familiar setting. Hey Drago, for future reference, I cleared this place out. That is in this. Yes, I cleared the entire thing out on my own. The waystone that you found was my waystone. This is my old base before I reset. I actually can't even remember where my house is now. It used to be here. Wait, I don't know how Droid's hidden this up. I think Droid just built it back. Huh? Unless it's down a level. That's strange. What, it's still here? Where's my old house? You turn me on like a light switch. I don't even know where the frick he just went. Oh, is it behind this house? Where are you going? Where are you taking me, bro? This is the spawn, bro. Like this is the first village. I am very not liked here, bro. Oh shit. Alright, let's go to my it should be looted. I told people they could raid it. Hey yo, Clowns, how you doing, bro? It's nice to see your face, bro. How are you? I love seeing people's faces today. My encoder's having a hard time with this section. Oh, there it is. Oh, bro, it's nice to see you, dude. It's nice to see you. To see you, nice. Right. Welcome to the old Sin base. I'm not opposed to. I'm not. I want to take this. This was my trophy. It took me ages to get this. I'm okay with taking things back. I just didn't want to start on this server with everybody as if I'd been playing for days, you know? Well, I tested it the night before. Let's see. We can take the things back. I'm not really too phased. I'll take it back. I've made Minecraft in over a year or so. Well, Clowns though. I love this song. I have recently came back to Twitch. If it's because like I'm probably guessing. Hello. It's been a while. It's been like a year and a half since I've seen you. Yeah, I took like a year and a half off Twitch and now I'm back full time now that I'm fully settled in London a little bit. So I get to be a little bit more of a Londoner now. But we're doing full-time Minecraft now because I feel like it's the only game I really have fun on. Like I play Among Us offline with people. I've been told Among Us is dead now, so I'm like, oh. But we vibe and we chill. But I'm having fun. We talked in Discord a little bit ago. Yeah. But hey, life's been a bit of a change, you know. Did you loot the dojo nearby the world spawn? I'm not sure. What I'm going to do is I'm just gonna say let's just loot this place that I like, my old place. We'll just loot my old place and take it to the new place instead. But Clowns, it's really nice to see you, dude. How's things going your sides? My base has a waystone and it's not too far. Okay, cool. I mean, I have a waystone on me right now, so I can just see. This is why I didn't want to, because of like how much stuff I had. Okay, I mean, we can take all of the coal and stuff. Right, all of that can go away. Sort you out. Redstone, platinum, lapis, lazuli, and a gold, raw iron, and emerald, coal, little bit of platinum, zinc, an anvil will do.
Nice.
Amalur can do other stuff. Clowns, thank you, bro. I appreciate it. Have a great day. If I see you again, I'll see you again. If not, have an amazing night as well. It's nice seeing you around, dude. But also, the dojos are not bad for getting XP. I cleaned them out. That's why you're looking at me. I was level 50 at one point, but I reset it. because, well, I reset it for the obvious because I started streaming a server. I think all of these are like strong emeralds as well. Guardian, 100%. Necrotic, 85. That's good. Valiant, 75. Mirror, 60. Nah. Necrotic, 100%. Endosurge, Purity, 100%. Just grabbing the strong ones is the one I think we need to do. 76, 83, 84, 88. Anything that's like over 80, anything over 80%. Spirit Orb Essence, 100%. 80%, 83%. Fool, that's a look one. I'm taking that one. Geometric Gem. You. What else do you give? Anything else that gives us something good? If you would like to share my store, if you would like, we could share my storage area. It's all sorted. I'm not opposed. Boo boo boo, little boo boo boo. Do 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 do. Whack whack whack. Do do do. Right, we've got them. Let's see what's inside of our book section. Do a do do do. So Orbit 2, Temptation and the farm animals that we wanted. Feather Fallen 3. That was amending. Wanted the books. Do and do do do. Let's see. Critical Burst. Nope. Splitting allows splitting to anvils. I like that book, and I remember we had it once a while. Going to relaunch your browser, BRB. Okay, cool. Chainsaw, nice. Endless Quiver, that's a good one. Critical Resistance 3. Okay, any damage having away a small chance of heavily reduced. Oh. Let's see. Piercing, no. I'm back. Welcome back. How you doing today? Welcome back. Hey. Temptation of Flame. Captivity 2. Increased back tank air capacity. I don't even know what that is. Punch 2. Impaling 3. Feather Falling 4. That's what we want to have. Yes. Not me. Not me. Yeah. Oh, there's a lot of food here, by the way, Drago, if you need. Look at me with all of that food running around like I own this playful. I feel like this should be like a TikTok that's like it's got guys with like sunglasses on, they just do this. You know? Like me. The freak like me. Slime and Enderman spawn eggs, good. Bottle enchanting, cool. Lord Hamilton, let's go. What was in this? Oh yeah, it's all of this. Rain on me. Oh. Okay. Oh, look at all these. Hey, yo, Zacharias, look at these. Look at all these cool little statues that I keep in my house. Something that you can't go about. Bow. I've got 5 statues in my house. They're on the floor. I got 5 animals sitting on the floor. Say la vie. Oh yeah. Yeah. Ah. Punch myself in the mouth. Okay, okay. Hear me out. What do I say? Do that way. That way is. Take you as well. Boom 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 boom. Better now, better now. Not around, not around. Is there anything else that we should take? Some more bones, I guess. Everything. Oh, I'll tell you what. I'm taking this completed puzzle. It'll take me a full 60 seconds to mine it, guaranteed. And within that time, chat, make sure that if you haven't already, join into the Discord server. You'll see the command going, boom, look at that. No hands. Oh. If you've not already joined the Discord server, we hang out in there. You'll also be able to get sneak previews at the new Minecraft server that's about to come out in about a week or two that we've been working on every single day for the past couple of days. It's going good. It's going well. Join in there, have a good time, vibe with us, share your pictures, share your Eclipse pictures in the share pictures chat, put your memes in the meme tabs, even have a sipsy doozy of your favorite beverage, you know. Oh. Also follow if you're not following, because we go live Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, sometimes Wednesdays, 9 PM BST. Always more BS and tea though. We like that bullshit and tea. Let you down. Let you down. Everything, everything. Oh, and now, better now. Better now, better now. Better now, better now. Better now. Boom, 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 boom. Oh, okay. Oh, yay. Oh, slay. Oh, not gay. That's me. No homo. Only without the socks on though. Yeah. Feel free to take the mob drops and stuff. I have a storage container of them. To take the mob drops and stuff. I have a okay. What was I gonna say? Drago. I was going to say, now that I've grabbed back everything from here, I thought this was gonna get looted, so I was like, okay, cool. Y'all can do whatever you want, just loot if you want to. I mean, it's there now. Loot if you want it. I think the only thing people stole. Give me that back. I'm your king now, my friend. You should bow before me. Look at me, Mr. Krabs. Look at me. Formioli. Give me the ravioli. Right, where is your base? Okay, I see you. So, Drago, did you say that the other dojo you've already, like, cleared out? Oh, that's fine. Don't worry. You know what? The only thing I noticed that was gone was the leather. So that is mad. Okay, fair enough. Are you this way? You are this way. Still good XP. It's not. I'm not after the XP. The chests are all per player. So like, I still have all the chests to loot in that dojo. Oof, that is a very smooth way of getting up. Towards the northeast. Cool. This way. No, this way. Okay, there you are. I can see you. So, wait. Oh, there you are. Okay, cool. Is this? I'm curious to see, like, I thought you were gonna say like this is your base. Is that a school we just went past, by the way? Okay. I know. I'm a rich now. I'm a rich now. Hey, little mommy, yeah, you heard about me? I'm a poppy like a PJ at a mommy. Oh, sing along. Stream is dropping 0 frames. Whoa. With a good net, but it was low. Encoder overloaded. I sure hope it does. Oh, all this time I've not been using my paraglide. I've been jumping off walls. Tap tap tap. Tap 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 tap. Stop, 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 stop. Hey, little mommy, you heard about me? I'm a poppin' like a PA at a mommy. Yeah, oh my. Oh. Whoa. That is not good. It won't even spawn. Every time I can think about what I want to do with you, I think, oh. That is unfortunate. Let's put you away, and I can go. Bunk, bunk, bunk. I need to just get back to my body quickly. It's just not in you. If my game doesn't want to freak out less. Yeah. Alright. Oh yeah. It's just not in you. That's why I switch it off from time to time when it over trees, because it's no, my game froze and then I died. That's what the issue was. It just froze and I fell out the sky. Yeah. Oh. Sibba baby da libba da ba. Sibba dibba dibba ba and the ba. Shibba dibba. Shibba dibba ba. Yeah, she's not into you, she's into me. You know, it's not a V, so hey yo, hey, just check, is the mod on yet? They're still working on the server, but K-Dog, you know when you die, you should, I'm nervous about your stuff, don't worry, they'll be able to get, if they can access anything, they'll be able to access, if they can access anything to do with people's inventories, then they'll be able to get it. Don't worry about it. They're all working on the new server right now, but look, I just died. There's my death mark. I'm gonna run over to it, and then by the time I get to it, I'll just be there. Hopefully, my inventory will be there, and all of my levels are gone. Shame. Look, we're gonna see what happens. If it's just disappearing, then we'll find out. See, so this is where I froze. You see how like badly it's lagging as well? boom. Yeah, third person is loading a lot more than... Oh my lord. Right. Let's see. Minecraft is better in third person. However, Minecraft's optimization is not as good, not in third person. Just gonna run past that Minotaur straight away. Which way are you walking to, Larryvick? Which way are we going? Oof. No, what, chat? I think. Let's just leave for a sec. Huzzah, huzzah, huzzah. Nice. When it decides to load though, jeez. Let's switch onto this scene while it does this, because it's just going to panic. It's just going to have a panic attack. Okay, okay, look at me. Ba-da-ba-ba. Right. Might just be the shaders. It's not the shaders. I know what it is. No, it's not. It's not the shaders. I know what it is. Let's... I can control everything from my phone. It's fine. Yeah, yeah. I'm trying to make Minecraft close so we can see what it does. Avocoda and overload. Right. Let me go. Okay, I think it's because too many background apps. I know what it is. It's fine. It's one specific thing, and I know what it is. Okay, that's all it is. I know what it is. That's why I'm using my phone to deal with everything, because I know what it is. It's a program I can control from my phone. So it is okay. Don't worry about it. I'm just controlling everything from my phone instead. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Is video buffering for you? Try low latency mode. Well, Stream Elements, I have you know, that's not the thing that we're doing here. I'm just trying to load my little old stream. It was because the problem was I'd loaded Minecraft before stream. So when I tried to close Minecraft, it shuts everything down in one instance. And stream doesn't like that. That's just the reason why it is. Unfortunately. Ooh. Nope, not that. That's not what I wanted. That's also not what I want. Yep, that's what I want. Drago, how far is that next temple to you? Or at least to where we were going to, I guess. I thought alone, trying to find my way back home to you. Am I allowed to type? Yep. Okay, like 450 bucks. That's okay. Right, is it working? Cool, it's working. Right, chat, listen, we're going to go over to somebody called Mads. I have not even seen what her gameplay is like. I don't even know what her... I don't know what her vibe's like. I can't load anything. It's just been a bit of a vibe. Okay, so we're going to go over there. I am going to go and finish working on the secret SMP that we're going to be releasing soon. Oh, it's not an SMP. I'm joking. It's a roleplay server. I'm going to go work on the server that we're releasing soon. So be sure, listen, don't forget, join into the Discord if you're not in the Discord and all that jazz. Also, the her goal ends tomorrow, okay? So by the end of tomorrow's stream, if you're not being there, there's still 250 left on it. Out of, to be fair, out of 750. So that's 500 cleared. So... Pish posh, hurry up with that one. You've got 250 left, and then you guys get to choose what color my hair is before it gets cut, and then I'll get it cut with the style of, well, the color that they've got. Okay, chat, I love you all. I'll see you all same time tomorrow, 9 p.m. BST, for more BS and T. Until then, my name is Trusty HD. You've been freaking awesome, and I'll see you all tomorrow. Later, Gators. Just end the stream.